Okay, there we go. Hello. Last mermaid of the year. Well, you might see me tomorrow. It's raining tomorrow, so I'll be home all day, and hopefully I'll have more time to do things with you guys. But I'm back. Oh my gosh, it's been a little while. I know, and it's really late. I know. I'm sorry. The nighttime chores just kind of got a little long, but I'm here now. I ran into some issues, so I'm in the middle of moving, right? So I'm trying to like get ready for stream, but like a lot of electronics are locked away because they're in a box. So I was like digging through them. I was trying to get this and that and here and there, and yeah, all sorts of trouble. Is my vibrator connected? It's a bit off today. I think it's because of something. I know the reason, but yeah. Hi everyone, I missed you. I know it's been a long time and it's really late. I'm gonna try to actually start at like 9. Yeah, officially moving out of dorms. Yep, heading home. I'm essentially dog babysitter at the moment. Oh my gosh, I gotta tell you guys about today's walk. So I'm training my... Is 2 years old still a puppy? I feel like it's still a puppy. Oh, thank you, Kagir. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. I'll go back to the ocean. Now I'm staying with my parents' on-land vacation house. Temporary stay. Yeah, that's still baby. Yeah, so I'm training him, and he's kind of a medium-sized dog. So I've been trying to get him to learn to not react to other dogs in the street. So we're trying to go to the park more often, see more dogs, treats and everything, and we're trying to also learn like no leash pulling. Oh, that one's a nightmare. He keeps pulling. What breed is he? I don't know. He's like a mix of something and something. He's random, but you know what? He looks so handsome. People love the way he looks. That's pretty privilege for you. He's really handsome. He's got like beautiful little like black round eyes, and he looks like a fox. So like a corgi, but like a husky, but like a Shiba Inu. He's definitely not a Shiba Inu. If you like compare him to a real Shiba Inu, you'll be like, oh yeah, he's not. But he looks like one if like they were shaped like huskies. And so he's really cute. So essentially like he looks like a really unique orangey, you know, husky. So it's kind of... It's a handsome breed, you know? I think it's a Pomeranian Husky is what I think, because the two parents are Pomeranians. We did not shop for him, okay? I'm fully adopt thing. They were giving him away to the shelter or something because they couldn't take care of him, because he's like way bigger than his parents for some reason, who are like teeny tiny Pomeranians. And I think the mom has like husky on her side or something, and so he's like, I don't know, some mess. He's some sort of mess. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I think he looks just like a husky, except like, you know how huskies kind of have like a creepy, you know, blue eyes situation going on, really piercing eyes. He's got like round and dark brown eyes, so it's like cute, you know, it's super cute. And then he looks just like a husky, except he's colored like a corgi. Yeah, he's quite big right now. Too big for me. I would say definitely not as big as some of the dogs we see. However, he's like never barking at the big dogs. The big dogs he has no problem with. He's curious, but he'll walk past them kind of thing. The small dogs, he has such a problem with the small dogs. So curious, wants to be friends, wants to bark at them. And I'm just trying to train it out of him, but it just takes so much patience. And I was gone for a little because I was like moving the boxes and stuff. Oh my god, it's like all the training I did with him before I left just like reset. He was pulling on his leash the whole thing. He was barking at other dogs. It was really embarrassing. I just don't know how to train it out fast enough, and we already got him when he was 1, you know, so it's at the point where he's like definitely a scary size to be handling. But he listens. He's so attentive. He loves praise. He loves treats. So he's not like the worst thing ever to train. You can fix his habits pretty easily. The issue is like sticking to them, and like yourself. I just feel like the bad guy all the time because I'm constantly on these like super strict walks with them, because it's like, no, you cannot, you know, sniff in this area, like no pulling the leash. We have to, you know, train that. So I have to like, we walk around in circles a couple of times, and we have to, you know, if walking around in circles doesn't get him to like kind of relax a little on the leash, then we do like a stop and go kind of thing where he has to learn to like walk, you know, by my side, or like I'll stop abruptly just to check him. And it's just, I feel bad, you know, it's not exactly a fun walk. And it's a lot of work for him, because every time we're at the park and like I'm kind of like essentially sternly correcting him, but he gets really, I feel like at home when you sternly correct him, you can see him go a little sad because he thinks he did something wrong, but it's very like, you know, he's still like learning rules and stuff, and so he thinks he did something bad, but it's like a new rule we want to implement, and so you have to like sternly correct it. And man, I feel so bad. He looks so sad sometimes, and I give in. But I feel like he doesn't exactly get sad on the walk, but you know, we're in public, and so I don't sternly correct as harshly as I would prefer, because he listens really well if you're really stern with it, and then, you know, you can reward good behavior. But like having to do multiple corrections that are kind of a little softer in public, it's just making it harder because he's not really getting the idea quite yet, because I'm just kind of like, you know, doing a stiff no and like redirect, but it's just not enough, I think, for him, because he's so distracted. And I mean, I don't know how many times I've like really wanted to ask another dog owner to be like, hey, is it okay if we pass in front of your dog a couple of times, just like back and forth since they're sitting there, because I want to, you know, help train him, because I don't know if he's ready for that yet. Like he's still like way too distracted, I feel like, before I can ask that. But also I just like can't work up the courage. I'm so chicken. I'm like, no, let's not bother people on their walk. Let's not. It's tough. Praise and treats is just like me, for real. Yeah. Do your merm arms lack the strength to hold him back? It's not necessarily that. It's more like it's not necessarily that. I have a pretty good grip on him because the harness is fitting well and the leash is fine. It's just, if he like lunges when I'm not looking, then, you know, my arms are not ready for it. So that's what I'm worried about. Like if there's a dog coming up behind me and he kind of feels the pressure. I noticed that, like if someone is close behind, he really hates it. And so he might like turn around and like snap. If we're not careful. He's never done that, but like we had one moment where that kind of happened. Oh. Oh, thank you. I would read that out, but I accidentally put my TTS on, and so I heard the sub sound, and it's going through. Mommy merm. I like to think of me and my dog as like siblings, and so, you know, I'm the older sibling. Mostly because my mom is the one who babies them. 49 months and you're disciplining? Yeah, things are getting pretty spicy. Thank you so much, Omni. Thank you. Thank you so much. Here, one love beam coming up. Oh, shoot, the sound is not on. My bad. Thank you. Okay, but yeah, a lot of things happening with dog world. And then, oh my gosh, I've got 2 senior dogs and they're pretty small. It's a small pug and a small like white crusty dog. You get the picture. And the white crusty dog, she is like picture perfect like dog walker, except sometimes in a new environment she might freak out, and she has slipped under her leash before and like was essentially like lost for a day and a half. And the issue with that is that she's usually fine until like she has a panic attack. She has a little bit of an anxiety problem, but she's like really picture perfect. Doesn't care about the other dogs, doesn't, you know, whatever. And the thing is, like, we didn't have to train her because she essentially, we picked her off the street. She was in the street, she wandered into our yard, and then we were like, oh no, doggy! And then we, you know, took her, got her, you know, took her in, and she was like, I feel like because she just was out there for a while, I think she's pretty much used to it. She's been there, done that kind of thing. Desensitized to it. But the little one, oh my gosh, we had him since he was a baby. And, you know, he's a small dog, and it was one of our first dogs, the pug. And we just didn't train him, to be honest. He could do, like, sit and shake. I mean, but we didn't train him like properly for socializing and stuff. And when we were on walks, he would just bark, and he'd get really intense about the barking. But he was so small, you know, we just kind of pick him up and move along and we laugh about it. But man, when you walk 2 dogs, it's so tough because he will not give it up. He will not give up on barking at the other dog. And I just feel so bad for the other person because we're kind of walking the same direction but opposite sides of the sidewalk, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, I want to apologize, but he's not like paying attention to his walk, and I'm kind of like, I've got 2 arms. One is for a dog that's like perfectly fine on her walk, wants to move on, and the other one is for, you know, this crazy little pug to just, you know, bark, and I have to eventually pick him up, and I've got like 3 poop bags in my hand with their poo-poos, and I'm dropping them. They're running around me, and it's tough. It was a tough walk. And the thing is, like, it happened right at the end of the walk too. Like, I was almost home, you know, we almost made it through, but like I'm dropping the poop bags, he's running behind me between my legs, the other one's trying to go forward, he's trying to slip out of his leash. It's bad. He's a very bad old man. And then he peed and while the other dog was sniffing, so he peed on her, and then he peed on the leash, and then he peed on himself. And I'm just gonna chalk it up to him being a senior, but man, he's such a handful. He's so spoiled and such a handful. You turn your dog around me, they'll pick up. Yeah, I'm trying to, cause I can't do that with my medium-sized dog, so we're doing a lot of training on that front, and I feel so bad during the walk. So bad, because his walks are so strict, you know, and I know he wants to go have fun. And we used to have walks where there was like a really empty field, and we could just like throw the ball to him and he would like run across and run across and run across. But we can't do that anymore because it's not really, there's no like empty space, and he is not doing well in public currently, and he's getting better. I do hope to try and train it out of him. I want to take him to a public doggy bath so I can wash him and kind of get him used to smelling other dogs in the vicinity, because he's rough. And thank you so much. I will do your ding, and thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you. Sorry, I just had a long train of thought, but I remember your ding. Ding. Thank you. And thank you so much for 5 gifted subs. I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love me. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, the American dream is to own a cat and a dog. You know, I like to think that the crusty white dog I have is essentially like owning a cat. She comes and hangs out with you and gets pets when she wants to, but she also has a very good sense of like what's her space and what's, you know, don't enter her, don't bother her, or else she will walk away and like run away. And I invade her space a little too much sometimes, I admit that. But she's so sweet, and you know, she keeps to herself, and she knows where to go and stuff like that. She just has a little bit of an anxiety problem. Yeah, she's a little crusty. We keep her clean, but you know, she just loves rubbing on the floor, and the eye booger is kind of get stuck to her very thin fur. Upgrade the hydrogen, thank you! Thank you, Oni! Thank you! Ding! Enjoy your gift subs, yeah. Yeah, she's a crusty little wet dog. Pet hair stresses me out with cleaning ever since I got hardwood floors. My mom, oh my gosh, she's so stressed about the cleaning since she can see it on the hardwood floors. She just like, every single time I see her sometimes, she's just running the like, it's not a Swiffer, is it? It's like some sort of like Swiffer, but like fuzzy cotton thing. And it just kind of picks up everything. And she got like a doggy brush that is like vacuums the hair at the same time. Yeah, they chuck in a little dirt. And oh, thank you, Omni. Thank you for gifting yourself to Stream Elements. Thank you. They do a lot of, I have to do a lot of paw cleaning after walks and whatnot. And here's your love bee. Thank you. Oh, hi, Nino. Hello, Jimmy. But yeah, for the most part, I think Peanut, the big one, is learning, and the other two are learning. We're doing a new thing where they have to go into the kitchen, or they can't go into the kitchen. My mom wants them out, but like nobody's enforcing it but me, and it just makes me feel like the bad guy. And I told my mom, I was like, Mom, if we don't want them to enter the kitchen, we have to be strict. We have to tell them, no, you cannot come in, and then give them a treat when they, you know, choose to stay out there and things like that. And I say, like, you know, you can't just like forget, because they need to know the rule. And she's like, what? Does it really have to be so strict like that? And I'm like, yes. Do you want them in the kitchen, or you want them out the kitchen? Because the kitchen is quite small, and there's been a lot of almost tripping accidents and whatnot. And so she wants to enforce a new rule on them, and it's been a bit tough because, you know, the poor dogs, they usually go through the kitchen all the time, and they're very used to it. And so, you know, teaching a new thing is really tough, because I don't think they really understand the concept quite yet. And I want to put like down a piece of tape so there's like a clear line of like do not cross. But the thing is, they might think that once the tape is gone, they can keep going, you know. And it's such an issue, because I told my mom we have to be strict. She's like, what do we? Well, you know, why don't you just train them? I'm like, I'm trying. You're making it worse. And she's like, and so I asked her, I was like, okay, do you want to do the tape thing where, like, you know, they can't cross the tape, and then they can cross when the tape is gone? And she's like, no, I want them like not enter the kitchen. I just don't want them in the kitchen. And so, you know, it's so frustrating, because it's just, I'm always the bad guy. I'm always saying no, everybody out, and I'm going no, and I'm going no, and I'm going no, and I have to do so many corrections. And then, you know, my mom gets to be the person who like sneakily drops them food to eat, you know. And it's tough. It's so tough. It's a lot. Hello, Miko, the bunny. Thank you for coming. Welcome. Yeah, doggo. No doggo in kitchen, but doggo also needs to be in kitchen. Yeah. Sounds like a mama and a grandma fight. But yeah, I think things are getting better. I just need to keep at it, and because my mom is just so busy with work and stuff, I'm on walks, and man, doing a double walk is so tough. To be honest, I think I'm gonna do a triple walk, because, like, you know, the bigger dog needs like specific training. He needs to listen. He needs solo before we introduce any distractions with the other dogs. And then, you know, the little crusty white one is like picture perfect walk, and she's so easy. But the thing is, like, she, you know, wants to leave an area, but you know, little pug over here, senior pug, he doesn't want to leave the area. Sometimes they're in the same area, but one's peeing on the other, and it's like we get the walk done, but it's not a very quality walk, I feel like. And so I don't know what to do. My legs hurt so much because I do a really long walk with the medium-sized dog to try and get enough like exposure to the public for a while. I don't know. And like I just keep watching like training videos, and some people are like, yes, do this. No, don't do that. Yes, do this. No, don't do that. And so I'm just kind of trying everything and seeing what like works best on him. But I'm sure it's so confusing for him too. It's a lot of work. You can't do any of this stuff, it's banned. Why yell? Yeah, I know! She says that! She says that! Thank you, Omni. Thank you so much for keeping up the hype train. You are single-handedly ding, keeping it going. Thank you. I got a doggy balloon. Welcome in, Lemon Steam. Okay. Hi, Isaac. Welcome. Carol, I think we can get to drawing now. Drawing time. Oh yeah, guys, did you notice the stream is on Ethernet connection? Ooh la la. Maybe we can even increase the bit rate. Let's go crazy. 7,000 bit rate. How about that? How appropriate to get a doggo emo. Yeah. They're listening to us. Hello, Batara. Welcome. No more delayed chats? Is that the reason for the delay? I feel like the reason for the delay is like YouTube and Stream Elements not playing nice. But like maybe no more delayed on YouTube. Oh, do you mean like delayed chats appearing or me responding to chats delayed? Yeah, YouTube always has a worse delay than Twitch. I don't know. I heard it should be the opposite, but I will say YouTube hurts a little more. I've noticed. Yeah. Either or. Okay, let's get this party started. I think we're gonna work on a commission that I have due soon. It's not really due, but I would like to finish it. I don't want to keep the client waiting too long. It's a outfit design. They wanted like a little bit of a date look for their character, and so I kind of based it off of their usual design and then kind of made it look a little bit more casual. I'm very happy with it. I am worried that like I may get stuck in the details and go a little ham on fixing all the mistakes, but I just kind of want to loosely get some design practice in and more design stuff under my portfolio, because I think I just don't have very much design stuff. And I lie, we cannot start yet because my pen isn't charged. Well, I'll display it on screen at the very least. Hello, Mystic Blade. Welcome. I don't think this one works. There we go. Let me move it down. For some reason this was removed. I think I accidentally deleted it from this scene. Okay, there we go. I'm cropping it because I prefer the... Oh, you guys should not see this. I wanted to reveal it in the new new year. You guys didn't see anything. I didn't notice that it was even open. Nothing's there. I didn't even realize. You miss my mermaid models. I will bring it back soon. I'm wearing this one just because I feel like it matches this background a little bit more. We'll switch around soon. I feel like this has gotten a good amount of usage. Hello, Whitey! Welcome! Okay, there we go. You guys can see it well enough? Hello, happy New Year's Eve. Hello, Puff. Hello, Miano, welcome. Will Umairu come back soon, though? I think not. Perhaps not. Oh, we should turn the curtains back on. There we go. Okay, well, my pen is charging, so we've got a little time. This is what I based it off of. She has a very, like, extravagant sort of dress, but I wanted to take a lot of her motifs and add it into, like, a cute little outfit with some front twin tails, low twin tails. Ta-da! Hello, I'm from the future. 11 hours left till the new year. Welcome from the future. Today I went to my favorite milk tea place, and I got some milk tea. And there's a new matcha place that opened up. It's so good. I really wanted to try it, but the line is so long still, so I'm not trying it yet. However, I didn't realize it was right next to my favorite place. And I'm so happy that, like, nobody kind of knows about my favorite place, because my favorite milk tea is just, like, never ever on anybody's radar, which is so great, because I feel like there's already a line, and the line it moves pretty quick, I want to say, but there's still, like, kind of a line if you go at a certain time here and there, but for the most part it's pretty chill. And oh, just blessed, I'm so glad nobody has noticed it. It's so unassuming and it's so delicious, and it's not the most, like, aesthetic, but it's certainly delicious. And so I was just thinking about, like, wow, I can't believe these are right next to each other. Like, I want to try the new matcha place, but man, that line is long, and man, this place I know is going to be absolutely perfect and delicious, and I don't have to wait. So I'm super happy about that. It's fine. We have mermaid. Yeah, you guys have mermaid do. Hi, Milty, welcome. I should order water and boba. Water and boba? Why? Is there a reason why? It tastes like water. I don't want water. I need more matcha in my life. Love matcha. I love matcha like desserts more than a matcha latte. A matcha latte is satisfying, but like for $8, it's just not good enough. Like I'd rather buy an $8 scoop of matcha ice cream at like, you know, just better. Oopsie. Close a tab I shouldn't have closed. $8 for a scoop? Yes, economy. Yeah, I mean, I could go for the $5 scoop, but like, you know, like, we gotta compare it to a latte, right? A latte is like, man, they're charging so high for this. I'm like, really? It's not that good. I would rather pay $8 for an ice cream. Like the latte, like you finish it so quickly too because it's a liquid. It's just not as enjoyable. Love the drawing, thank you! Hopefully we can get it done today. I'm hoping. I've only had boba tea once before, I didn't like it. I think it was ube. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I would like ube. I feel like it has the same effect as like taro. It's a little too thick and creamy and on the sweet side. I like the, if you like tea, I think you might like milk tea. It's just like a fun sweet version of it, you know? I don't particularly like ube or taro, but a lot of people do like it. It does not like purple. And purple. If like, sometimes I order a drink just because it's pink, but I don't really ever like pink flavors. I don't want a flowery flavor. I don't like sakura flavor. I don't like, you know, cherry flavor. I don't want strawberry in my matcha. Strawberry milk is usually kind of artificially anyways, and I would rather just eat like a strawberry. And it's so like, man, but you gotta take a picture, you know, it's for the aesthetics. And so I buy it and I'm like, no. Like, clearly the pink will rewire my brain into liking this disgusting latte. And I don't. It's not good. I regret it every single time. Chai matcha, didn't like it. The flavor was too strong. Perhaps prepared incorrect. Oh, really? A lot of people prefer stronger flavor. The current like rating, if you want a good matcha spot, is like it has to have beautiful green color, super strong matcha flavor. What art is this? This is for a design. What about dragon fruit? Dragon fruit has like no flavor. So honestly, I feel like it could work. If they say it's dragon fruit, I'm expecting to taste nothing and it was there for color. This is basically grass. What? I feel like it's more complex than grass. Too much matcha is just the earth. I will say it, people describe it as earthy, but I don't think it, to me, it's earthy, but it's hard to describe, so I just kind of go with earthy as well. Welcome back. Nope, random stuff. Hello, M. Welcome. What am I doing in the morning? I'm hopefully sleeping in. Hopefully sleeping in dirt. Coffee, tea, oh, coffee, matcha, tea, taro juices. No, coffee, like, it depends. Okay, a lot of my stuff is it depends because I'll try anything, but once I've tried it, I have a particular taste about it, you know? I'm not picky when it comes to discovering and eating food. I have a, you know, I'm picky after I've tried it and I'll be like, oh, this tastes great, but only in this form. So I don't like coffee by itself. I like coffee ice cream. Always love a good coffee ice cream. I don't particularly like other forms of coffee other than ice cream. Maybe coffee cake is good sometimes, you know? You went to Maid Cafe earlier. Had chocolate crepe with ice cream. Yummy! I love making homemade crepes. When I went to Japan, I wanted to try their crepes, so I tried one. And it's not as amazing as anime make it seem, because after making your own crepes and getting to like slather them in butter, it's just not as good once you get the ones that are kind of like mass produced in a way. Like the batter feels kind of like pre-mix, and the whipped cream is definitely like reconstituted powder, I feel like. And it's just, you can kind of taste it, you know, and it's just not as good. It's just not as good. I did, Agnes, thank you. Yeah, I know what you mean. So, yeah. I feel like taro is not even like on my list of things I feel like eating. It's just more like, it's like eating a potato, except a little sweeter. Most of the taro I have is just kind of like steamed and like in soup, but I don't think it particularly evokes like a delicious flavor and texture for me, so I'm kind of whatever. The drinks, I don't like sweet drinks too much, so I usually go for a stronger tea one. So it's tough for me to grade taro properly. Juices depend, you know. Sometimes like is a smoothie like a juice, like a thick, like almost soft serve style like mango smoothie is so good. On the flip side, you had clean food over at Japan as opposed to dirty food. I don't... Clean? What do you mean? The last year I watched 11 streams after your new outfit debut. Oh, thank you. You like naturally flavored drinks. Yeah, I definitely can taste, you know, the artificially strawberry syrup sometimes of like strawberry milk, and I just don't prefer that. I wish I did, because like so many strawberry milk drinks are so cute, you know, but I just think they taste bad. I went to a shopping mall to buy Rocky Road ice cream as opposed to going somewhere else. Like did the ice cream store just exist inside the mall? Is that why? Speaking of potato, I like potato mochi. Oh, I've never tried potato mochi. I'd be down to try. Oh, food standards in Japan are top notch, I heard. Oh. Really? I heard that there's like way too many preservatives in their like convenience store food and stuff. And I'm sure that like there's probably great food standards, but I do know that like there is some sort of you know, more and more like preservatives in convenience store food to like maintain their freshness and stuff. So I don't know for sure, but I will say like people really egg on the convenience store food, and like for convenience store food it's good, but I don't particularly think it's like worth wasting a meal on. Like there's so much good food in Japan where I was just kind of like, I don't really want to eat at the convenience store. There's so many places I want to try. Of course, like if it was like a late night kind of like let's eat it kind of thing, yeah, I'm down, but it was like, it was not that good. I was quite disappointed actually. Like the egg sandwich, like they only fill like the very front where you like display it. The rest is just bread. And then the fried chicken that everyone always talks about has kind of been sitting there in the like warmer for a while. So it's kind of greasy, and I don't know what I was expecting. It's like, for what it's worth, yeah, it's pretty good. But aside from that, I was kind of confused. Oh, bye-bye. Thank you for coming by. No random stuff. I only went there because a friend highly recommend. I stay in Okinawa. It's pretty good, and they make anime-themed restaurants. Ooh, Okinawa. That seems fun. This is a very tropical place, I believe. If Dad laughs at me when you say the word preserved, I don't know if I'm missing context. They put like a spread of butter for the eggs. I don't even... It's just mayonnaise and eggs and salt, I think. It's really like, if you were to put two slices of triangle bread together and you hold it and you take a piping bag and you just pipe like along the top of those two sandwiches, and that's it. That's pretty much it. It's just like a line of piped. It's not even spread through the whole bread sandwich. But it's not good when you make it yourself. I've tried to make egg salad sandwiches for myself, and like they just fall apart in my hands, and I think the eggs are just not like stale enough, so they're still kind of like wet, And so the mayo and egg mixture is just a little slippery, and because it's like warm, it's like less palatable for some reason. I don't know what it is, just I was not good at making it, so I don't know what's going on. But I think I'm pretty good at tuna rice balls. I like a nice tuna rice ball. The issue about the tuna rice ball though is that they're weirdly addictive, and I won't stop eating them, and I'll eat like 5 of them in one sitting, which is essentially like half a pot of rice, which is a lot of rice for one sitting. And like the entire can of tuna with mayonnaise. A lot of mayonnaise. So it's a dangerous food. Okay, I'm gonna check on the pan. Happy last year art of the year, Ariru. Thank you. Okay, pen is ready to go. Okay, let's get back to business. My iPad is like on its last leg here. The case has officially, like, the silicone part of the case has officially kind of ripped to pieces and is falling apart in floppiness. The hard shell is still on, but it's not looking good. I'm waiting for my mom to get me that new one. I feel like I need to make a request for it so it comes, but yeah, it's a little tough on me at the moment, but I still gotta finish some work I have going on in here. Ta-da! This is the design so far. Yeah, things are a little rough with my iPad. Looks cute, thank you. Happy close to the end of the year, just gonna lurk and listen to I do runs while I work. Sounds good. Thank you. I'm tired, boss. I use iPad. Essentially, yes. My iPad has really been through it. I've had it for like 8 years at this point, and it's been through a lot. I really gotta get some hand references, because every time I use a reference it looks so much better, but when I don't use a reference they just kind of look like little sticks, like little I'm thinking of like, it's kind of specific. There's like these little rice crackers that are shaped like bananas, but they're not like fully shaped like a banana. They're just kind of like without the stem kind of thing and kind of small and rounded. 8 years, you gotta put it out of its misery. I know. It's really old. So worth it, so worth it. Do I like to go out to the mall? I do like to go out to the mall. I just don't like to go out to the mall alone. The thing is though, is like, when you go out, if you don't spend money, it's just kind of like no fun. But the thing is, I find it hard to spend money in person because I just think to myself, I bet I could find it online for cheaper. Then I don't spend the money. Then I'm just kind of like browsing and taking up this poor employee's time. I just always feel like a burden. That's the state of my being. Just always, I'm burdening the store clerks, burdening the staff, burdening the people around me. I really gotta change my mindset. I feel like it really bogs me down, this mindset. I definitely agree, and going alone isn't fun. Gotta chain a friend and bring them along too. Yeah, or else like, you know, then it's like you're not alone and kind of browsing. and it feels like you can like take care of yourself with your friend, you know, and like ask your friend kind of like, oh, what do you think? Whereas like the staff kind of feel obligated to help you when you're in there solo. They're like, oh, what are you looking for? And I'm like, oh, just browsing, and they step away. But you know, if I do have a question, I don't really bounce it off my friend. I'd have to like request that they come over and then answer it. And if I'm not like serious about buying, it's so awkward, you know. I just kind of wanted to know like how this smells, you know. If I might ask, how pricey would a still color image be around my current model size? So a full body, my current model size, like right now, like the half from the chest up, or do you mean like my full model? You definitely can check out prices on and sizing on my website. This should take you there. If you do that or www dot that, it should work. Hello Anna, welcome! Welcome. So many things to do. I have like, now that I've kind of have all my boxes here, there's just so much to sort, and I don't know guys, like I can't do it, like I can't throw away stuff. I have this like, every single place I look to like try and throw things away, it's like, why do I have a, you know, a drawer full of random stuff? And it's like stuff I can't throw away. It's like old Advil, it's, you know, it's like cleaning wipes, it's, you know, like fizzy soda packets. It's like you can't get rid of them, you know? But like this drawer just has so many random things right now. Who am I drawing? I forget their name, but this is their, it's Minerva, and it belongs to Enifo, or maybe that was the artist is Enifo. I think it's Minerva, Minerva, and this is a design for them, outfit design. You're referring to my half model? Yeah, so you can just I think half body is maybe $250 at the moment for still picture. I think you should double check with the website. Sorry, I don't have them at the moment. I'm trying to pull up another file on the side here, so a little distracted. There, new correction layer, gradient map. Oh. Sorry, doing some stuff over on the side here. A little awkward. Why isn't this working? Hey, better. Need a mid-tone. You finished Dober's career, you're satisfied? Nice! Welcome, Millie? Sorry, Millie, welcome! Sorry. That will say, you may have to remind me, because your username is different. Oh, your name is Cat Gamer. Thank you. Yes, you have good news. You got a computer. Nice, Hina. What art you made was she from? A little unclear by what you mean, but this is the original character design, and this is my new outfit I'm designing for her. Hello, welcome. Where? Hello. Hi, Dr. Pegasus. Welcome. Okay, time to get back to this. I was doing a little bit on the side here. Happy New Year, Shiloh. Welcome. Oh my hands kind of feel a little weird. It just feels like a while since I've picked up a pen, and so holding it just has a slight awkwardness. Sounds like they need WD-40. Do I use TikTok? Not particularly, to be honest. I don't. I post there to kind of, you know, keep a strong social media presence and try and advertise my streams, but like I don't really use it, no. Yeah, we're having a drawing stream. Oops. I know drawing streams are a little low on the chit chat, but I hope you guys don't mind too much. It would be nice if I could send your guys' messages into my head. I know there's like text-to-speech and stuff like that, but I feel like that can get annoying when there's a busy chat, and so I'd have to turn it off. And I'd rather it not be on, I guess, than have to turn it off. Because I do check. I just check slowly. Not at all love watching you draw, thank you. Always hearing stuff like that makes me feel better about it. Okay, this foot is a little bit bigger than the other foot. No one else is on at this hour, so I'm glad to be here. I know, it was really late. I do apologize. I do want to start a little earlier, but I don't mind starting at 10. I feel like we get a solid 3-hour stream out of it, even if I do start at 10. The issue with like me starting earlier is that sometimes like if I start in the afternoon, guys, you will see me until like 2 a.m. still. I don't know what it is, but I just kind of, you know, I'm just kind of chillaxing on stream. And I feel like it's wrong to like end early, and so I don't mind starting at 10 because I still feel like we get like a solid length stream out of it. And I want to start early at like 9-ish, but I don't have it in me sometimes because of all the chores and whatnot. There's another VTuber I watch who starts in the evening also, and she's not on right now. Oh. For YouTube watchers, is there like a way you find new VTubers to watch? Because I want to improve my YouTube streams. It's tough knowing, you know, what catches people's eye. Because I feel like with Twitch, there's categories that people can pop into and you can like visually see the aesthetic of the stream you want to enter. But like, I feel like on YouTube it's tough because you kind of have to go looking for them. I'm excited for later. My dinner's gonna be fried squid! Oh, yummy! I love fried squid. My mom really hates that I love to eat raw food. Like, I asked her if she knows a good butcher around here because I want to go make steak tartare. And she's like, no, you're gonna get worms and parasites. There's parasites in there. And I was like, well, that's why I asked if you know a good butcher for fresh meat. And she's like, no. Because she really hates how much I love eating raw food. I really like it. I love the like bouncy texture that only raw food really provides. And I like that it's usually always kind of like on the tangy side, and the kind of, you can like taste the fattiness in a different way, and like, you know, it's just I wanted steak tartare. It's just so expensive at a restaurant. You just popped in my feed back then, so I don't know. Oh. Yeah, I feel like I will only really show up if people already watch artist VTubers on YouTube. Understandable worry. I know, it's just... Man... I'm gonna, you know, I'll get it from the butcher and everything, and I'll ask, you know... It's up to par. I mean, if the restaurants can do it, I'm sure theirs is like not gonna be any fresher than mine if we're going to the butcher and whatnot. Anyways, I've been really craving steak tartare. Just don't have chicken. I feel like there's raw chicken too in Japan. I don't think I'll do chicken, but beef, I know from food safety class, is okay, the reason that you can technically have beef a little on the rare side, or like medium rare or pinkish, is because the bacteria has a hard time going all the way through into the center of the meat, and is usually just kind of on the outside layer of the steak. But you know, I feel like these days food is pretty safe and careful, and I don't think I personally will try this, but like the term sushi grade is kind of like a lie. Yes, it's like flash frozen, I think, is a thing. But the thing is that usually the fish that has worms and whatnot and parasites is the ones that are wild caught. So you should not be eating wild caught fish that you see in the supermarket as sushi. You can try farmed fish. If it's farmed, you probably can, because it's kind of a controlled environment, and I don't think they usually have parasites, or that's kind of like what people are willing to take the risk for sometimes. Whereas like definitely with like wild caught stuff, you'll run the risk of probably getting some kind of situation. But my point being, like, I want to try doing that, but I know that that's also kind of a bad idea to just kind of up and try it, because at least maybe the like quote-unquote sushi grade one is flash frozen. Does it really make it better? I have not looked into it properly, but like, I want salmon, and I want a delicious delicious steak tartare and it's just I want to make it at home because it's so expensive to go eat it outside for the amount I want to devour. Oh my gosh. Never thought about learning about raw food in a drawing stream. Yeah, I love food science in a way. Food science can get a little too much when I'm not looking for it. Like, I don't really need to know how all this works. Sometimes I just need a simple, like, if you mix of this and of that and a chemical reaction, more flavor. You know, I don't really need to know how the particles are going and blah, 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 blah. Oh, but another fact that, like, for some reason has just always kind of stuck with me is that, you know, shrimp, like, some people, like, really, for lobster, like, soup and stuff, they'll really simmer the lobster shells for a while. But for shrimp, they do not impart as much flavor if you simmer them for longer. It's actually worse. So you only want to, like, lightly saute them for their flavor rather than really, like, try to extract for long periods of time, because I don't know why and I don't remember, but that's what I recall from the video I watched. Not that I've ever had to do that, because every single time I follow a recipe to make some sort of like base broth or like seafood broth, I don't know what it is, mine always tastes really bland and boring, and I just kind of keep chucking more junk into it, and then I'm like, well, it's not even the recipe anymore now. It's like something else. Mostly, I think the reason why food has a savory taste, like melts in your mouth, is mostly the umami or something. Yeah. I will say, the concept of umami is kind of like lost on me. Like, I understand people are thinking it's a separate like taste that you can taste. And to me, it just kind of, yes, this like savory deliciousness, but could I like specifically detect it? Because it's one of those things where it's like, oh, there's umami in everything. Whereas like, not everything is sour, you know? Like technically there's umami in tomatoes, you know? There's a lot of umami in fish sauce, but it's like, could I really single it out? I don't know. I don't think so. Can I cook a 3 Michelin star dish? No, I'm actually quite bad at savory cooking. However, I really like to eat. And I'm good at baking. I'll bake you something. Okay, I wouldn't say great at baking or that good, because I have my fair share of like mess ups as a home baker. But I'm willing to bake something, which I feel like goes pretty far. You know? I will say my cakes have always kind of been on the dry side, and I don't know, I follow the recipe, but I don't know. I just have not made like a good cake in my life. Nothing that I've been like, wow, this is comparable to a store. I don't know what the stores are doing, but they've got some pretty nice small crumb fluffy cakes that like are not dry, and I definitely love those, but I've never been able to make it myself. I've been trying to lose a little bit of weight and recorrect my poor eating habits of like essentially stuffing my face until I'm full twice a day, which usually gets me like way too high in my calories. And so I had been gaining weight, and we're getting so much better, but it's so hard because like once I'm at home now, like, and I have access to like so many delicious foods that I've missed when I was away at school, it's been tough. It's been so tough. I used to bake, but I got tired. For me, I want to still bake. The issue is the cleaning. I'm tired of cleaning. And now that I'm an adult, you know, nobody wants to clean after an adult. I'm well aware that I should clean, but it's like when you're, you know, young and everyone's like, yeah, bake us something. And, you know, you're a kid and you don't have to wash the dishes as much, and you just kind of throw it in the sink without thinking. Now I can't do that. Now I'm like part of the household properly. And so if I bake, I have to clean. And I don't like cleaning. Time to go easy bake ovens. You still have to clean those. I'll clean up later. Honestly, I probably would do a clean up later thing, but you know you can't because you live in a house with other people, you know? And like you'd be a bad housemate if you choose to leave your mess for everybody to stare at. So, unfortunately. I love baking. Husband got lots of bananas and we're gonna make muffins and bread for them. Yummy! I love banana desserts. Banana bread is so good. I just always wish banana bread had more banana in it. I wonder if next time I make my banana bread, I just leave chunks of banana in it. I like bananas with my Rice Krispie cereal. And that's the only version of Rice Krispies that I will eat is if it has a banana in it. Because the banana sweetens up the milk so nicely. I love it. Love it so much. Majority of your childhood, you never see those types of responsibilities because it's kind of instinct in a certain way. Now I have responsibilities. There's so many things to sort and unpack. Since I've, been going through my stuff, it's just so much stuff everywhere and I just have too many hobbies, you know? I bake, I draw, so I have a bunch of watercolor, I have a bunch of Copic markers, I did a lot of crafting, so there's a bunch of crafting stuff everywhere. I've got hot glue sticks everywhere, I've got ribbons, I've got all sorts of labels that are cute for wrapping gifts, and I've got stickers of whatever, and I've got this, and I've got that, and I've got... I don't know what to do with myself. And then there's the baking stuff. I've got some particular baking things that need to be put away in a particular area that haven't been put away yet. And if not, they're tough to find. I've got piping tips and everything. And then I've got... What else have I got? I've got... cosplay thing, so I've got foam for building props and costumes and wigs, and I have a makeup hobby, so I've got a vanity for my endless amount of makeup. And I've been in shopping in the looking for a new eyeshadow palette, but essentially I talked myself out of it as I was cleaning all my stuff and kind of going through my makeup, because I was like, man, literally, I don't think so. And then I watched a bunch of reviews to try and convince myself out of it that were kind of yeah, it's okay. Or oh, it's really great, but this color you kind of already have, I'm sure. And I was like, you know what? I can make that color with what I have. Yes, I do have a lot of hobbies. And then gaming is another one where I have wires everywhere. I have a bag full of wires to charge random stuff that I have. Hello! Welcome, Shiro. 白い手にこんにちは。今日は絵を描きます。Hello, hello. I found out today we're also gonna have steak and barbecue. Mostly meat today. Yummy. I don't really like makeup, blush, contour, foundation. You only like lip gloss and lipstick. That's nice. I started off with lip gloss and lipstick, and then I kind of moved to the other things. I think if I had to pick my favorite stuff of the bunch, I think it's gotta be lips also, and blush. I love blush. The moment you want to do something and try and find people saying negative things about it so you feel better about not doing things, yeah. So I convinced myself not to buy it and to use what I have instead. The reason I wanted to buy a new palette is because I essentially wanted something that allows me to just have the color I need and I was looking for. Because right now I'm kind of mixing a couple things to get that color, and so I was gonna go look at this new palette to do the same job. And well, it's like, it would do that, but to be honest, in the end, I was kind of like, you know what, it's better for me to just use 2 products, even if it takes longer, just so honestly I can use up 2 products. Because I don't wear makeup that much, and honestly, I have enough to last me till 3 years from now, honestly. So I'm being really good about holding back from buying things. But I do have a couple things that I do want to buy for upcoming trip and stuff. What's lip gloss? It's a kind of a shiny lip balm. It's like syrupy type lip balm lipstick that can make your lips look plump and shiny. Adidu! Thank you, Keki-shayo! Thank you. When your siblings find out that you bake, so now you have to bake for the whole family. Yeah, and then like everybody eats it, right? And then you kind of wanted most of the half of it for you, and then like give everybody like 1 of their own, and you wanted to eat like 5 of them for yourself. But no, you know, people go back for seconds. Yeah, that's how I felt about it too. Mostly because it's my mom who has to put most of the makeup, has to put most of the makeup, but for the lips I learned how to put really stick on by myself. It can sometimes feel itchy, especially like I'm too young. Oh, you know, if there's like a bit of an itchy or burning sensation, it might be because your lips are dry, if that's what you're feeling. But if it just kind of feels like there's something on there and you don't know what to do, I totally get that too. I felt like that, and I'm kind of like, ooh, I don't wanna touch my own lips or lick them or anything, you know? But I feel like lip gloss kind of takes that away because it's mostly moisturizing. I think I should be using lip balm since my lips become dry in the Sahara Desert. Oh no, yeah, definitely. I've tried many lip balms, and the only thing that's really ever works for me is like Aquaphor, like the, you know, the regular petroleum jelly style one. And that one always gets my lips super moist and soft, and the dead skin just kind of like peels itself off. And all the other ones just kind of like settle into my lips for a little bit. They, you know, they become softer, yes, but I feel like they don't really get rid of the dead skin the way petroleum jelly does. You mend your skin whenever you put makeup, which is fun. Next week your whole face got dry. Definitely do skincare underneath first. That's what I do. I do like toner, lotion, you know, serum, and then I put on my makeup, and so my skin is like not as irritated, and it doesn't look as drying, and it doesn't sometimes it sits a little bit better because the oils from your skin are not like rubbing it off either. Yeah, you should only really peel it off if they're soft enough to kind of peel. Because what Aquaphor does for my lips is that essentially makes my dead skin nice and moisturized, so that whatever was like kind of flaking a little bit, it just kind of comes right off because the skin has softened. So definitely don't do it if your lips are just like bare and the skin is just kind of flaking with no moisture. Do not do that. Finally got an exfoliating scrub that works well. You can clear up your face. Nice. Very nice. I need to start wearing more sunscreen when I go out. I always forget. I always think of like sunscreen before I do makeup, but I never think of like sunscreen just when I'm going out. And it's bad. I shouldn't do that. But it's just like, it's so hard to think about it. I'm like, no, I just need to go out real quick. I don't need sunscreen. I do makeup stream. I would love to show you guys my collection and just kind of give you my review. But unfortunately, I don't think that would be a very fun stream because you can't even see my face. Oh yeah, you guys want to hear the slight Christmas drama? This is Christmas was fine for the most part, but I'm gonna air out my sister's dirty laundry a little bit. It's not her dirty laundry, it's just her dramatic life. I'll tone it down though. Can't see your face, people are gonna get IDs now. So, essentially, like, you know, we're called to help with dinner. I'm doing the shrimp cocktail, and so I thought shrimp cocktail was just gonna be like, boil the shrimp, plate them, pour the sauce into a little cup. Turns out my mom got shrimp that was not shelled, which I think is the correct way to do it, but I assumed they were gonna be shelled. So I have to shell them, which sucks. And so it's just a little bit more work, but you know what? I volunteered to do the shrimp, so my sister volunteered to do the charcuterie board. I didn't want to do the charcuterie board because I was like, man, I don't want to sit there and kind of like decorate the board nicely. I just kind of want to boil some shrimp and get it over with, you know? Less hands-on work. Essentially, my sister did not do her job, and she had headphones in the whole time and just like wasn't listening to my mom. But no, you know, it's Christmas. My mom won't get her in trouble. My mom won't yell at her for being disrespectful. No, no, no. Anyways, that's just like a small thing that happened that I was kind of like, so I'm sitting here, you know, helping my mom, and she just kind of like leaving. She just did some like light preparation, like cutting the cheeses and stuff, and making some salami roses. And then she left. She went to go to her room. And then, you know, I'm kind of running around helping my mom get this, get that, while like I'm waiting for the shrimp to thaw because I'm down there anyways. And, you know, later it's time for her to plate it because the guests have arrived, and we didn't want to plate it immediately because the dish would get a little dry. You know, the cheese is sitting out in the fridge. It's not amazing. We wanted to keep them kind of covered and stuff. And my sister, like, you know, she's like, can I talk to you, ariru? And I'm confused because guests have arrived. We've been calling her like 2-3 times now to come downstairs and, you know, plate it so that people can eat the charcuterie board. And she isn't doing it. She isn't coming down. She's like, can you just have a little bit more time, please? Just a moment. And then eventually she like asked me to come up, and she's like, I need to talk to you. And my sister, she has a rough dating history, okay? Where essentially she has this pattern where she will date someone who's like head over heels for her, and then he finds out that he actually cannot handle, you know, her needs, or doesn't want to be in a relationship because they're college guys, I guess. And so, you know, essentially she like is getting ghosted, and none of the guys she dates ever has like the balls to like break up with her. And so they're just kind of like ghosting her and like leaving her hanging, and so she's like feeling worse and worse and worse about this new guy. And you know, things are not looking great, and so she calls me over and she's like, I don't know what to do, what should I reply? And mind you, like, turns out I had talked to my mom later in the night. Turns out she already had this conversation with my mom, and I gave the exact same advice that my mom gave. And so we have to sit there and chat, and we have guests downstairs. You know, I'm still responsible for some stuff, and she's still responsible for some stuff, and she just kind of like having like her own like spiraling breakup upstairs. And yes, the guys are like so crappy. Yes, they are so wrong for doing that, but like I feel like this breakup should not be affecting your life to the point where you are shirking your responsibilities to your house, you know, to your family. And I'm just kind of sitting here and I'm like, hello, did I just like work all day downstairs for you to go upstairs and like be a little crybaby about this? Like, you're an adult. Like, you have other things you need to be worrying about other than this guy like texting you back. Like, really? I was mad. I think she needs to learn to also like be comfortable with being single, because she like very quickly finds another guy after. And I just don't understand where it comes from, because she's like, I thought I was careful this time, you know, he just seemed like such a great guy. And I'm like, why are you so invested? Mind you, like, they were only official for like 3 months. I was like, why are you so invested? It's been 3 months, and 2 out of 3 months were not good, okay? And she's just like, I don't know, like, why have they changed? Like, it was so good when it was a situationship. And I'm like, yeah, because he was trying to get in your pants, is essentially what I said. Maybe not so, you know, not so aggressively, but essentially I was like, you know, he was just literally trying to get the label on you guys, and he was doing it all. And, you know, now that he has the label, he doesn't want to do it anymore. You know, he's busy with his life now, and he doesn't have to try anymore. And like, that's essentially what happened. And I like just break up with him, and she's like, but it's gonna be so over then. And I'm like, okay. She's like, but I just, you know, I'm worried about losing someone I care about. I was like, man, it's been 3 months. Like, how much caring is really happening here? and oh my god, it's just like the most repetitive conversation I've ever had in my life. And my sister is not very good at solution making. She's good at spiraling. And I want to say, like, I tend to spiral, but I end up like talking myself through like logical steps. And so she asked me for advice on that, and I gave her the advice. But like during this conversation, I literally had to be like, hey, I'm not gonna talk about the same thing about like why people change, you know, like, is it your fault, is it his fault? I really don't care. I don't think he's a good guy. I think you should break up with him. And if you're gonna keep asking me the same questions, I'm like not gonna answer. Like, unless you want to sit here and think of like 3 responses for the potential ways he could respond, and like those exact responses of what you're gonna do, I don't want to talk anymore. And so then I was like, you know, I prompted her. I was like, okay, if he says XYZ, what are you gonna say? And she's like, I don't know. And I was like, okay, conversation over. If you don't know and you don't want to figure it out, then I don't want to talk about this anymore, because this is a waste of my time and energy if you don't actually want to find a solution. Because she acts like it's the end of the world when he can really say like 3 things. Yes, I also want to break up. No, I don't want to break up. And I don't know what to feel about what you just said. You know, like, those are the 3 things that he can really say. I mean, what else is he gonna say, you know? Anyways, mind you, bro owes her like $400. And like, I like when she's told me that, I think like a vein snapped in my head, because what do you mean you're like pining after a guy who owes you $400? And I asked, like, does our mom know? And she's like, no. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean? And apparently it's been like 3 months, and when she tries to bring it up, he gets all sensitive about it. And I'm kind of like, what are you saying right now? Like, what are you saying to me? Why are you saying this to me? What do you mean you want to stay with him? Yeah, so like I want to tell my mom, but it's like not my place to say, you know? And so like the reason she told me is because I was like, just break up with him. She's like, well, there's just like so many loose ends, you know, we were gonna go on a trip together and we were gonna have like this really great date. And I was like, okay, well, that trip, you know, tell him to, you know, invite another family member instead of you or his other friend, or buy the ticket back from him and you go with like some other friend, you know? And she's like, well, I have some of his stuff. And I'm like, put it in a box and ship it to his apartment, okay? I really don't care about his stuff. You care about his stuff? She's like, well, I have some stuff at his place too. And I was like, text him, when we break up, I need my stuff back. Can you ship it over for me or I'll come pick it up, you know? Like, oh, this is so... And then she brought up, she's like, well, he kind of also owes me money. And I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Can't fix it. He's literally just trying to take money from his sister. That's what I'm saying. And she's like, well, no, he does like a lot of great other things. And I was like, Melody, you told me this and this is all I'm thinking about right now. Yeah, she's so eager in a relationship. I feel like she commits the same as, yeah, that's exactly. I don't think she's ready for a real relationship. She's just like not logically thinking through it, and she's not able to handle like big emotions right now. And she's been through so many relationships where I'm kind of like, why? What are you doing? Anyways, yeah, it's a tiring Christmas to say the least. Oh, to put the nail in the freaking coffin, okay? I back in Thanksgiving, I had bought my mom her Christmas gift. And she wanted these salt and pepper shakers. So I bought her the salt and pepper shakers. And I specifically was home for Thanksgiving and my sister wasn't. So I did the courtesy of asking my mom, like, hey mom, you got that list? Like, what exact things do you want? You know, so we can see what we can get you. And so I sent that list over to my sister and I was like, hey, I'm getting her the salt and pepper shakers, okay? The salt and pepper shakers, I'm getting her them. Lo and behold, Christmas Day comes and my mom is like, oh. And I'm like, oh. And my sister is like, oh no. And oh, guess what? My sister throws in a little cheeky, guess you'll have two now. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What do you mean two? Turns out she bought one for my mom, another set of salt and pepper shakers, the same ones. And I'm just kind of sitting here like baffled because I was like, I literally texted you so this would not happen. What do you mean? Oops, like what do you mean? And she's like, oh well, I just forgot. And you know, and I'm trying not to make a scene because it's Christmas, right? It's Christmas. And then I like turn to my mom, I'm like, what? I don't understand. Like she forgot. And my mom's just like, you know, with the breakup, she's just kind of been out of it, you know how she is. And I'm like, I don't know, I planned ahead for this, I said this. And like, I get it, it's Christmas and my mom is not trying to like have us start a fight right now and whatever the heck it is, but it's like, I'm kind of mad, you know? Like, I feel like this is reasonable. Like, she didn't even apologize. She's just like, oh, haha, oops. And like, it's just so frustrating. On Christmas was also insane. Yeah, there's more to this, but like right now Twitch is in an ad break and I want them to hear the fun drama. So we're waiting a little for them to get out of their ad break. The crash would have been so bad because it's like, I literally texted her. I even like planned ahead. I was like, oh, here's the other things you can get her, okay? The other things. She had no idea, so she just copied it. It's more like I gave her a list of other things she could have gotten, you know? And I really don't understand why she didn't check, because it's like literally I gave her the main list. I feel like she must have like talked to my mom at some point and gotten essentially like a recap of the list and didn't check my messages about it. But man, it's upsetting because it's like your gift is essentially like a little uh-oh, haha, you know? I know, I gave you one job. Literally one job. Yeah. And so, you know, that was a bit of a mess. But But then, you know, okay, now that Twitch is out of the ad, I'll continue the like extra parts of the story. So the extra parts of the story is that when I checked the like, oh yeah, sorry, before that, my mom like gave me a call and she's like, hey, you know, what's the order number for the salt and pepper shakers so I can return them? So she's returning my gift because it's just convenient because she has my gift already, because I actually gave it to her on time for Christmas. Okay, actually gave it to her on time for Christmas because I ordered it on time. Anyways, and so she asked me for the order number because she went to go return it because, you know, she's getting double, and she just like was in the area and she already has it right there and yada yada. And I was like, okay. So, you know, she's going to return it, and, you know, it just doesn't feel great, you know, that your Christmas gift is being returned because your sibling's exact same Christmas gift hasn't arrived yet, okay? And, you know, I'm just giving her the order number, and then like I ask her afterwards, after she's, you know, gotten the return done. I was like, so you're returning my gift? And she's like, yeah, you know, it was just out of convenience. And I was like, yeah, I understand. And she's like, oh, you know, we'll buy something else together with the money. And so I essentially just kind of wanted to be like, well, like, my sister ruined my gift, you know, and you're kind of just like brushing it off and it kind of sucks. And I just don't want to be that person either, but it's like my sister didn't apologize and yada yada yada. And she's like, well, I always remember I got you the salt and pepper shakers. You got me the, you know, the salt and pepper shakers. And I was like, no, you won't. You won't, because I no longer did, you know? It's like all the like preparation gone to poo-poo pants because, you know, my sister didn't follow the preparation. And it's frustrating. Because, like, why did I even prepare if we were just, you know, gonna get something else? Like, why did I even bother getting it to arrive on time? Like, why did I even bother wrapping it? And freaking, you know, it's just upsetting. And it's like, my mom is not the person to take it out on, but I'm not trying to get into, like, a big fight with my sister because my mom hates that more, I feel like. And so, you know, she returned it and she's like, yeah, you know, your sister's order for it comes in like today, not Christmas, by the way, like a couple days after Christmas. And I checked the receipt of the order. She freaking bought it on December 23rd. It was never gonna come in time. Mind you, she has been home like December 19th. And so like, she just like decided to buy it like the day before Christmas Eve, which is so wrong, I feel like, because it's like, it's just unfair, you know? Like, she clearly wasn't thinking about it and she just like got it last minute. And then I check, and turns out she also ordered my mom's birthday gift at the same time. So they, you know, Christmas and birthday at the same time. And the thing is, like, my mom's birthday is in November and I got her something on time for November, and my sister just kind of like, when the birthday came around and she wasn't able to make it home, she just didn't have a present and nothing was sent, and so it just kind of like brushed off. But I went home one year and I had accidentally completely forgotten about my mom's birthday. I think it must have been like my sophomore year or something, and I had completely forgotten because I've just been so busy, you know. I had switched majors, readjusting, things like that. And I had completely forgotten. And there was a little gift giving moment for my mom that year. And my sister brought something very nice. She hadn't gone to college yet. So she was still at home and just kind of, you know, has a little more time on her hands. And so there's a big gift giving kind of moment. And I feel so awkward, you know. And she was just not subjugated to that kind of awkwardness whenever she forgot and thought about it last minute. Like, because I felt so awkward to the point of like absolute embarrassment and shame, like I rushed out that weekend that I was able to stay home for, and like quickly, you know, got together some materials. I painted my mom like a picture of our dogs, and it was a great gift. But I just felt so sorry and and sad that I was late and essentially shamed for it, okay? Because like there was a whole moment of like, oh, and where's your gift? And I was just kind of like awkwardly standing there and like, I don't know, like we just celebrated, you know, we had the cake and everything, but it's just thinking about that always like makes me remember how awful I felt to have forgotten her birthday and have that like moment where I was kind of put on the spot like that. And it's just like those things that you remember. And oh my god, I hate that she didn't have to go through that, you know? She always brushes it off with a cheeky like, oh haha, or like, you know, I can never do it. I wouldn't say my mom particularly plays favorites. I feel like it can seem like that, is what she says. But I feel like my mom doesn't like to deal with my sister's attitude or nagging. Like my sister doesn't really have an attitude per se, but she has a nagging issue. And my mom doesn't address it because it's not inherently rude. Like sometimes I can get pretty rude, I'll admit that, because when I get into a sour mood, I get pretty snappy. My sister doesn't exactly get snappy. She just kind of gets like, she's really nagging and very like, hey mom, hey mom, hey mom, hey mom, hey, 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 hey. And you just kind of get like dragged down by this like overwhelming sense of like, I really can't, you know, deal with you right now, but I guess I have to deal with you right now kind of thing with my sister. So you just kind of do it, you know, you do it for her. And she has that kind of pull that I just don't do, because whenever I like get ticked off, like I don't have the energy in me to like beg 5 more times. My sister does. My sister is very good at like trying again and trying again. For me, it's like, oh, like you didn't listen to me, you didn't hear me. I get kind of ticked off, you know. You know, not exactly a comparable situation, but the idea is that like when I don't get something I want, I get a little ticked off. When she doesn't get something she wants, she'll bring it up again and again and again and again. Yeah, she's very persistent and it works out for her, and I wish I was more persistent. It's just, I'm not very good at not letting things put me in a sour mood. Yeah. So I'm just kind of it's just like part of like dealing with family. Yeah, it's very introvert versus extrovert. My sister is very much extrovert. She's very good at like handling people and, you know, getting what she needs when she needs it, and being very vocal about her needs in a way that isn't like demanding. So it's a skill I want to learn too, but I just don't have it in me. And so my sister and I are just very different in that kind of aspect. And it's just so frustrating because it's like, you know, like why did I plan so early? And then get this, I have to buy my Christmas present again because my Christmas present was returned. And so, because my sister's Christmas present hasn't arrived yet, so it can't be returned, so I have to buy the new Christmas present. And so, heads up, turns out it's $25 more to get something else that my mom wants. And, you know, it's a Christmas gift, and it's not a huge deal, but it's like, like I proportioned my money for this. Like, I already planned ahead. Now I have to spend $25 more for this gift that isn't coming on time, isn't wrapped nicely. You know. It's so upsetting sometimes. Yeah. So. Sorry to bog you guys down with my rant. But I'm mostly over it. I will say it's one of those things that like I'll never truly get over, because my sister is very vocal about like, oh, do you love the thing that I got you? Don't you love it? You know? And it's a good way for people to get appreciation back to you. But for me, I just don't do that because I just kind of go, oh, it's theirs, you know? I'm sure they appreciate it, you know? But like my sister like needs to hear it. And so when you have someone kind of repeat like, oh yeah, you did get me that, thank you. You know, you look upon them fondly. And my sister's really good at doing that. And so no one will remember. And the reason like I can't really be that person that's like, oh yeah, but I planned ahead. Oh, but you know, I got you it on time. Like I specifically made sure to make it come on time. I specifically asked you like what you needed, and I wanted to pick something that was good with that. And I like, you just sounded annoying, you know? My sister's very good at like, oh, do you love the thing I got you? But it's like, to me, it's, you know, yes, of course you love the thing I got you, but like I work so much more on just getting you the thing. Oh, thank you. Thank you for 1/12 of the $25. You guys don't have to give me money for this. Thank you. Thank you, Manda Boxes. Let me get a ding for Cat Gamer and Love Beam for Manda Boxes. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry that you pity me so much. Oh, wait, that didn't happen. Okay, ding! And one Love Beam coming up. Oh, interrupted. Thank you for the head pass, folks. Thank you, Etiloa. Thank you. And one Love Beam. Thank you. Me too, my sister extrovert while I'm an introvert. I'm thinking, yeah, it's just, we're just so different, you know? And thank you, Corey. Hello, Jackie Wilson. Nice 3 streak. Congratulations. I will say that like, I do feel that my mom appreciates me more in seeing that like I step up to the plate when things, you know, need to be asked for and helped. But it's just one of those jobs that everybody overlooks, you know? Of course my mom overlooks it too, but lately I do feel like she's been noticing a little bit more that I step up for certain things that my sister doesn't. But it's just one of those things that like nobody appreciates unless you're vocal about it. It's like, oh, you helped me do XYZ around the house? Yes, you know, that's nice and all, but if you don't tell me and you don't ask for praise, it's like, do I really remember? Or is it just kind of like, oh yeah, she was just doing chores, you know? Where it just feels like I do more chores voluntarily, and like nobody really asks you to do these chores, but it's like, you know, it's a good thing to do, and so you decide to step up to do it. But my sister's very good at only doing the chores that she was assigned. And I just feel bad when I'm not there helping, which is, you know, you get called to do this, you get called to do that, and my sister just like slips away, and I don't slip away. I stay around, I stick around, you know? I stick around to prepare things a little slowly, see whatever everyone else needs, and it's just... Hello, Dallin. Thank you so much. One Love Beam for you. Welcome in. Thank you for your 5 months. Thank you. I'm a huge introvert to the point where I usually stay in my room when guests are in the house. I'm more extroverted in some ways online since I don't feel as judged as much. I can feel that, and I want to stay inside my room when guests are over, but I actually get in trouble for it. Because it's like, why weren't you downstairs helping? Why weren't you, you know, doing XYZ? Like, you could have at least set the table, you know? Like, it's rude of you to not help entertain the guests, kind of thing. So, yeah. Myself and other brother get a lot of issues with our eldest. I'm just sick of it. It's really bad that mom's gun can't resolve this anymore. Yeah. I sometimes wonder, like, everyone tells me like, oh, it's the worst thing to not be close to your sibling anymore. But like, my sister and I we're just so different, especially like as we get older and older. it's just my sister and I just don't care about the same things as much anymore, and our lives are just kind of so separate now that I don't really feel the need to reach out to her and stuff like this. But like my mom still expects us to, you know, play nice and like give your sister advice when she needs it, like with the relationship thing. And it's just sometimes like I don't want to play nice because like my sister clearly, you know, doesn't care as much as I do, and it makes you frustrated to work with this person sometimes, and it just gets harder and harder to really like connect to them well. And so I'm just kind of like battling this sense of like dread sometimes when I think about my sister, you know. And I, of course, like things that are negative stick in your head more, but it's just I don't want to, you know, have a terrible relationship with her. But it's like sometimes I'm like I don't really want to work on a relationship either, because we just don't mesh well. Your parents have gotten used to you hanging in your room. I feel like that's nice. My mom unfortunately has not gotten used to that. I think a lot of conflict comes from siblings trying to be or forced to be closer than they actually are naturally inclined to be. Yeah, I definitely think that's it. Everyone has that like really romantic idea about, you know, siblings and whatnot. Because I don't feel like it, Mom. Right. Yeah. So I was going to the store like during Christmas to pick up some last things we needed for the dinner and whatnot. And my mom was like, bring your sister with you. And I was like, why? And she's like, she needs to pick up some stuff too. And well, the real reason is because she's going through stuff with her then boyfriend. And so my mom was essentially trying to get me to talk to her, you know, and give her advice. And I was like, what am I gonna say, you know, that you haven't already said? And yeah, so I was put on this like long-winded conversation with my sister to try and make her feel better. And by the way, like, people promise her ice cream to like help her feel better about her breakup. Every single breakup, mind you, she's gone through like 6 okay, maybe not 6, maybe exaggerate, like 3 relationships at this point, where they all end up pretty much the same, where she gets ice cream from person A and person B. So she gets 2 ice creams when she's feeling sad. But when I'm sitting there stressed over my test grades and like crying my eyeballs out, all I get is a you'll get them next time, you know? Like, I feel like I'm just as devastated here. Can't even buy groceries in peace. Yeah, it was I was like, man, is it a ploy to get free ice cream? Could be. It's one of those things where like, yes, I could ask my mom for ice cream if I really wanted to, but it's like, why does everyone seem to remember that she's like sad and moping, you know? 2 ice creams per sad is pretty intense. Yeah, and I get 0 ice cream per sad. I get a get over it pep talk. Or like, they get a little like pity, like, oh, you'll do better next time. Or, you know, now's not the time to worry about it. On to the next kind of talk. And it's like, you know, an ice cream would work here too. Thank you, Agnes, for the $6. So let me get you a love beam. Thank you. Damn, can't get away with shit everywhere. Yeah. Test grade stresses. Did no one tell you, Judy? It doesn't matter in heaven. Yeah, but it matters if I need to graduate, which is a bit important. On the other hand, you've learned to get yourself ice cream. She's gonna be devastated when people stop getting her ice cream. But the thing is, like, she's so good at getting people to get her ice cream. She's never not gonna have someone to get her ice cream. The thing is, we've been trying to get her to, like, learn to be more independent in terms of relationship wise and just like being on her own, because she just, I don't know what it is. She says she's being careful, but she never has like a real period where she's like single, you know? I feel like she's just, every single time I've met her, she's like, you know, dealing with some other boy who like wants to get with her. Oh, thank you, Innis Reaper. Thank you. Love beam coming right up. Thank you for your sub. And the thing I like, you know, Boxman, to add on to like, I guess like money problems. To me, like if you're loaning money, yes, you expect it back, but I can only really loan money to you in small quantities. Like I'll pay for your drink, but truly like, you probably don't expect them to pay you back. And so like loaning big amounts of money, I kind of know that you kind of don't expect them to pay you back, but you know, they make the promise, of course. And it's one of those things where it's like, yes, you kind of expect it back, but at the same time, you know you're kind of giving up this money. That's how I feel about it anyways. And so, like, I'm not doing $400 unless I know this person is giving me $400 back, like, within the week, you know? And so, it's just kind of crazy to me that this, like, has happened to my sister, because, like, what do you mean you loaned them that much money? And, it's just, it makes me upset, because it's like, whenever you loan money, you kind of like at the back of your mind know that like you might not be getting this back, and you kind of really do this as like a, if it's a lot, you do it for like a special case for this person. And I can't believe it! This is the same guy who took 2 weeks to return money you accidentally sent. Oh, yeah. Money is always the root of many issues. Not anybody's basically going, it's not healthy if you need to be repaid. Yeah, I feel like if you need to be repaid, you can't be loaning out money. Some people are compulsively dating, it's not an enviable position. The thing is like, you know, to give you guys more context, I suppose. This guy had been pining after her for like a solid year, I want to say. Like, bro was like giving up like so much to just kind of like go hang out with her and do this and that and whatever the heck else. And good night, Omni. Thanks so much for stopping by and for your huge hype train. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hope you get some good rest and happy New Year's Eve. And, you know, like, bro was really trying, and he seemed like a decent guy and whatever, and, you know, trustworthy-ish. And the thing is, to me, though, from the outside looking in, it just kind of looked like any other guy she had dated in the past. They've all kind of done this same thing, where they, like, really shower her with gifts and whatnot, and I, you know, love bomb her to the point where she, like, starts trusting them. And like once they start dating, like they just like make this switch. Like they realize like they can't handle like how much, you know, work it was when they were trying to get with her. And now that she's actually, you know, dating them, you know, it's just they realize they signed up for more than they were expecting. And it just kind of sucks, because it's like you can't really tell, right? And it's not really your fault. Sorry. My voice is shaky, not because I'm getting emotional, but maybe because I'm a little shaky on caffeine. This milk tea is really strong. Right. But basically, you know, it's not her fault, but I will say, like, to me, it's starting to look like a pattern. And I feel like she also just has communication issues where she is very nagging, and when she's in a relationship, she gets more nagging, right? And she just, you know, it doesn't gel well for like a young college boy who's, to be honest, doesn't seem like they're looking very serious. And they realized they signed up for way more than they were hoping. Anyways, so then, you know, they get into fights about this, and she's just like, why are they ghosting me? You know, it just doesn't feel the same anymore, and blah, 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 blah. And yeah, so, you know, then the cycle starts again. Some other guy wants to hang out with her, you know, so nice, always, you know, showering her with gifts, and then she's like, you know what, I think they're a good person and I'm gonna date them now. And nope. She needs to learn to keep people at a distance, is what I'm thinking, and I need to learn to not keep people at too much of a distance. Yeah, it's about commitment. Ghost and cheating is crazy work. Even Satan would do that. I really feel like you should be honest with the individual and not ghost and cheat. Yeah, I don't think they're cheating. I just think they're straight up ghosting her. And to be honest, these guys sometimes, when they get to this point in her relationship, they get kind of toxic. Like, bro said, now we're blaming him, but he was like, I need some space, because they had some sort of argument and he needs to think about it and he needs space. And I was like, okay. But then he texts her, he's like, so I've been thinking, and you know, like blah, 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 some other bullshit, right? And he goes, I mean, I know I said I needed space, but that doesn't mean you like don't reply. And I was like, what the heck? Break up with him right now. Like, what do you mean he said that to you? So I think he's kind of toxic. The $400 thing was like enough for me to confirm that, but like that text I think was kind of over the line. Like, what do you mean you asked for space and now you're expecting a text back? Like, you're obviously trying to, you know, keep her on the hook for whatever reason, right? And I was like, well, you know, have you tried discussing, like, oh, when you have an argument about like XYZ topic, do you guys go, oh, I think, you know, for me to feel like, you know, we're trying together on this topic, like, I think you should do ABC. And you know, like, does that work for you? Can you do ABC like 1 or 2 times a week? And you know, maybe like you're willing to do it like once a month instead, to do ABC, to work towards this issue in your relationship. And she was like, well, he doesn't really like it when I'm telling him like what exactly I want him to do to like kind of fix this argument that we're having. And he just kind of wants it to naturally occur. And I was sitting there and I was like, naturally occur? He wants to naturally figure out what makes you think that he's, you know, trying to fix this issue you guys are having? What does that mean? If you don't know it's being fixed, who knows it's being fixed? He knows it's being fixed, and then you have another argument. Like, well, I've been trying to fix it. Well, I didn't notice, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what do you mean? He wants to naturally do it. He just wants to be compelled to do it. How does that work? What, $400? She loaned him $400 and bro has not paid it back, and when she brings it up, he gets really sensitive about it. Nori gang, yo, welcome Nori fan. Hello, Nori Boise. Thank you so much for the raid. You caught me at a time I'm airing out my sister's dirty laundry. Bro really does seem lame from what I'm hearing. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he wants to hear exactly what she wants, because he doesn't want a definitive standard that he's not gonna hit. That's what I'm saying, right? And then I asked my sister, I was like, okay, well, like, what are your boundaries? You know, do you want him to do it like specifically XYZ? If he can't do that, then you discuss a solution together. Maybe he can't do ABC, but he can do EFJ, you know? And you're okay with EFJ. And she's like, I don't know what my boundaries are. And I was like, okay, so are you guys just like talking to each other during these arguments and getting nothing done. Like, I just cannot, because it's like she's an adult, you know, and it feels like I'm talking to like a middle school, high school relationship. Like, what do you mean you're not like working towards a goal? And I get it. People can be toxic. People, you know, just have different argument styles. But the fact that like you either break up with him or you don't. Like, what are we waiting for here? I hope your sister doesn't see this. I don't really care if she sees this. But I don't think she will, no. Welcome in, guys, from the raid. Thank you. Welcome in. My name is Ariru. Nice to meet you guys. Currently drawing and ranting about recent family interaction. We're going through it. Umaruns didn't treat you well. Oh no. Good luck preparing for the Scorpion Cup. I gotta start preparing. My horses do not like water. They're like really weirdly terrible once they get to rain. Not befitting of champions beating aces. You got it, you got it. Are we preparing soon-ish? I don't know. I should prepare soon. I feel like my current lineup could do their best and just get through it, but at the same time, like, I've seen them fail. I need a reference for this. We're not gonna do this hand right now. More ranting than drawing, yes. I admit there's a little bit more ranting than drawing. Anyways. So... And then I've been asking my sister, I was like, why do you want to stay with this guy right now? She's like, well, the memories, you know? Like, aren't you like, the memories? And I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, he's saying like he can't be that guy anymore, and like I keep looking to the past about like looking for him in the past when he used to care a lot more for me. And I'm like, so he doesn't care a lot more for you now, and you want to stay with him because he used to care a lot more for you? And I'm sitting here and I'm like, so if you're expecting that out of him and he's not doing it, like, what are we doing here? Like, what do you mean? The memories of being annoyed at him never can't pass on those. And I'm like, well, are you guys, you know, how quickly do you work out these arguments? She's like, well, it's just been kind of bad, but like, it'll kind of get fixed, and just, you know, it ends up happening again 2 weeks later. I'm like, so this has been going on like every 2 weeks, and you haven't decided to yourself that this is over and he's not changing back? No, you're good, Cat Gamer. You got your horse girl in ZZZ. Nice! Very nice. Very nice. I'm glad you got some wins in Zenless Zone Zero. I've gotten like no wins in Uma Musume lately. It's been bad. Fell for the love bombing. That's what I'm saying, you know? I'm also so confused with that statement of her. Like, what? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Cause like, to me, it's like, okay, you set a boundary. If you guys promise, like, oh, I promise I'll step up more, you know? I promise I'll try to, I didn't know you were feeling upset about, you know, a lack of my attentiveness, and I'll step up more. And she goes, okay, here's my boundaries. I think it would be good, and I could feel your attentiveness if we meet up like 3 times a week to hang out, and that's my boundary. And if he doesn't follow up on that, then you literally have grounds for being like, hey, I don't think you can keep a promise, you know? I'm just not getting what I need out of this relationship, and I think, you know, we should part ways. And my sister, like, she won't do that. She's like, but it's so definitive. So they're both horrible at like setting boundaries is what I'm hearing. She's ridiculously broken. Nice, nice, very nice. Thought you were talking about my sister for a second. I was like, yeah, checks out. No, but I'm glad you got a super strong character. I really want Agnes. She's so cute, but I couldn't get her. Take it. Oh, Agnes Digital. Sorry, I forgot Agnes has many horses. Thank you for the free $2. Thank you, thank you. $2, $2, $2. Ding. Thank you, Cat Gamer. Have a good rest of your night. So, yeah, that's what I dealt with for Christmas. That was, That was great. I still say you're an amazing sister for dealing with all this. Thank you. Thank you. At least somebody acknowledges it. I want ice cream when I'm feeling down. Nobody offers me ice cream. I get a pep talk. I'm still bummed about that. And, you know, something else that just like, I feel like my sister and I are just not connecting on anymore is just, I feel like she just feels very ignorant to the world. And she just, you know, she's very much in her own world. And my mom and I argue about politics a lot. And the thing is, she won't jump in. And I'm thinking to myself, like, why isn't she jumping in? Like, is she not on the same side as me? If she's not on the same side as me, is she on my mom's side? If she's not on my mom's side or my side, is she just being like ignorant to the world and just like cruising along without worrying about these things? And it's like, yes, you don't have to worry about these things per se, but you're like an adult now who's gone to college and you have nothing to say about this argument that we're having. And it's just, it's weird to me because it just, she doesn't prioritize the right things in her life is essentially what I feel like. And I'm not saying politics is, but I'm saying like, she doesn't seem to care about anything other than herself and, you know, her relationship at the moment. And it's just tough to talk to someone who has no concept of the world around her. I'm okay in my relationship. We annoy each other sometimes. We play a no talking to each other for months or 2 months. If one of us responds, then you pay a lunch for one day. I'm glad you guys have like your own system worked out. I will say it's a bit odd to not talk for 1 month because I'm pretty clingy myself, and if I don't talk for more than a week, then I'm kind of like, oh, so like this is this kind of argument, you know? It's a big one. So that's just me. She's the one with better communication skills, I see now. She doesn't want to let go, otherwise she'd feel lonely and empty. Yeah, that's what I think is happening, honestly. She definitely has better communication skills in, you know, social skills. I feel like she doesn't have good logic skills. Is that a challenge to offer you ice cream? I would appreciate it, but you don't need to offer me ice cream. I'm a big, strong, independent merm who doesn't need to be consoled with ice cream. The offer is what counts. Maybe too much lacing? Let me check. We could do like a little lighter scalloping. It's a short one. I don't want it to be too long. On the bright side, my other brother did say that I matured and learned a lot over the past year. That's very nice. We played Throwing Sleepers. What is Throwing Sleepers? After a while, I come to appreciate people who pay no attention to politics, because most people who talk about politics don't pay enough attention to talk as much as they want to. Yeah. It's so annoying getting... I don't want to discuss politics with my family. I really prefer not to, but sometimes they throw it in my face. Like, haha, I believe this, and it's silly that I believe this. And you know, like, then we get into an argument where all of their statements are like not based within fact or reason, and just kind of like very childish argument of like, oh yeah, well, this unrelated topic makes the person that you're supporting look bad. I'm like, this has nothing to do with the topic we're arguing about. They're like, no, you're saying that so-and-so and so-and-so, so this person also did something bad at this moment, at this time, unrelated to what we're talking about as to the issue that we would like to discuss. But because I said so. And I'm like, what? And there's a lot of interrupting. And not only is there a lot of interrupting, because they're like, it's casual, you know, it's just a conversation. People are gonna interrupt each other. And I'm like, this is no longer just a casual conversation, okay? You're like throwing it in my face. And so now we have to get into it. And yeah, so I don't appreciate that my sister is a little ignorant to the world in that she doesn't even get into it. She just kind of like keeps to herself in those matters. But it just feels like she doesn't have things that she cares about other than her own life, which it's very difficult to talk to someone when all they think about is their own life, you know? I would just let them sit in the embarrassment trying to force a conversation about something. But then you feel like the loser, you know, for like not responding. And not like standing up for your beliefs. Oh, the other day I had a pretty bad argument with my mom during my graduation. Living for this 20% rage living in the state of 20% rage bait, that sucks. No problem, Corey, please get some rest. Happy New Year's Eve. Thank you for stopping by. I just said it feels like losing, but it isn't. I know. I'm learning to let go. Okay, I'm learning to let go. But essentially, like, what happened was, we needed parking. And I had told my mom, I was like, here's the like brochure of information. You can find parking information here and here and here. And you can, you know, think about it ahead of time. And she was like, oh, your uncle just asked AI where to park, you know, for your graduation that's close by. And they got so close and we had to park so far. And I was like, I mean, I guess that's fine. I get it. Like, AI can be a really good tool to use for convenience. I just don't like it when it replaces, you know, like effort. And she was like, that's the wrong way of thinking. It's the new age. It's new technology. You're going to have to embrace it. And I was like, well, I embrace it as tools for people. I don't embrace it, you know, replacing human effort. And my mom is just like not listening to me. She just thinks I like, hey, AI, I think it's weird. I'm arguing for no reason. I'm not, you know, getting with the times. I'm just being like, you know, I'm being annoying for no reason when it's going to be part of life. And thank you, Lagmania. What's the name of the light stick ariru? The heart-shaped ribbon one? It's just a mini heart light stick. If you want to find it in the shop, you can do !shop. I'm writing out some stuff for a new counselor therapist I'm switching to, and my mother suggested I have AI summarize it for me when I'm done. I was like, yeah, I don't think so. And I feel like my mom is rage baiting me, but it's just, you know, she's just not listening to me, right? And she was like, well, you know, when the internet and like online shipping and shopping started, like, you know, that happened, and like, you know, the world moves on. And I was like, okay, so it's another can of worms to discuss how online shopping has actually hurt like businesses, but you know, that's another conversation. It's bizarre to me because she's like, you know, like it's just new technology. That's just how it works. And I'm like, it's not like new technology has good things and bad things, yes, but there's, you know, it's not bad to address the bad things. I don't have to like accept it wholeheartedly. She's just not listening, right? And so then something that upset me that she said, she was like, oh yeah, like when you need to get a tech job, like what are you gonna tell them? What are you gonna tell them? And this is her throwing it in my face now, right? Because it's confusing to me, because like, what am I supposed to say? Like, I need a job. She knows that I'm currently looking for a job. She knows that I'm going into tech, and she's basically saying like, what are you gonna say when the interviewer asks you about AI? And so like, she's basically trying to get me to say, like, to compromise on my morals, right? And so, you know, I spat back kind of in I admit, a rather rude way. But I basically spat back and I was like, okay, fine, you know, like, I'm gonna say I love AI. I love AI for everything. I'm gonna lick their boots so they believe I love AI so that they will actually hire me. Is that what you wanted to hear? And I admit it was a little harsh. And my mom was like, you know, and it's just tough because it's like, what do you want me to say? You know I need a job. And she's like, well, if you feel that strongly about it, then you shouldn't compromise your morals. And I'm like, that's not like, you know that I need a job. You know that my job is very much surrounded by AI at the moment. And the only reason you said that to me is because you wanted to test how strong my morals were. And, you know, like, I feel like when I'm talking to my mom about my stance on AI, it's very different than when I'm begging for a job, you know? And it's just very annoying and frustrating when it's like, she's just really trying to like test my morals for some reason. And she knows that like it's a compromising position for me to be in, to like be asked that when I need a job. So that was our big argument. Oh, bye Bubba, thank you. Hello Addy. I feel like the adults felt left out with all the technology back, and now they try to catch up by all means. It feels like my mom, everything feels like black and white with her. You either this or that, you can't be something else. Yeah, and she has just like this idea of me that just very like extreme, and you know, I feel like she doesn't really want to hear the other part of my discussion. And it's so odd, you know, because it's like when you ask someone that and we're in a conversation of like, oh, how strongly do you feel about this? And you say like, if you were put on the spot with a gun to your head, what would you do? I don't know. What would I do? You want me to like give up on this job? You want me to, what do you want me to say? Because I feel like it's just so mean to say that, you know? But it is what it is, you know, my mom and I argue, I get over it, we move on. And I don't want everyone to become reliant on AI to do everything, because to be honest, like, I sent my mom the parking information. I said, you know, you can look here, you can look there, and I get it. In a pinch, you know, it's so easy to ask this. Instead of asking Google, which might have it show up for you, you can ask AI and maybe they know something a little more than you don't. And then you run the risk of it having, you know, some error. But if you're really willing to run that risk for something small like finding a parking spot, then, you know, maybe that's it. But it's just, there are resources for you to find like a real answer, and it takes longer, but it's just more than parking. Parking is a small thing. It's just, well, next time you need them to, you know, you need them to figure out the best gift to buy this person, and it's like, you don't know them, the AI doesn't know them, and you need AI to help you. This gift means less. Hey, ChatGPT, how do I put my friend do it? Sounds like she's looking for a gotcha question to recover her own pride. Yeah, it does feel like a bit of a gotcha question. Yeah, what's up, Amanda Bucksies? Feel free. I'm very much moved on. Yeah, AI replacing learning, effort. I can understand AI being like, you know, a helpful tool to save you some time and energy for a meaningless task that could take longer than necessary. You haven't had to ask AI anything yet, so I won't. I expect I won't for some time. Nice, nice. Use it mostly for cover letters. I feel like I'm fine with that. If you want to use it for your job applications where they're also using AI to screen you, like literally, go ahead, go right ahead. I really hate the idea of cover letters too, because it's like, honestly, I just like need a job. I'm clearly applying to a million other jobs. Must I pretend that I love you guys so much? Like, the first I'm hearing of you is through this job application. What do you mean, cover letter? Hello, Etaloa. When you get your merch produced, are you going to find a domestic producer? I think I don't know. I haven't really found domestic producers that can customize to the level that I want. And so it gets a bit tough. And I just like want a very specific things, and it's hard to find, you know, things like light sticks. I feel like I have to do a little bit of digging, and you know, currently there's like a centralized site for manufacturing. So it kind of currently it's just like easier for me. And I don't really have the sale profit margins to be expanding to pricier manufacturers. You've been here for a bit? Did I say hi to you or something? I know you've been here. Oh, Happy New Year's folded up. Thank you for popping in. It's very nice to have you. Oh, cognizant of tariffs and such? Oh, currently, I think nothing I bought has been tariffs because I'm kind of at a standstill with buying anything. But even with tariffs, I think it's still a better deal. I have no idea. Good night, though. Oh, okay. Good night. Yes, have a good rest. It's Aloha. I don't know why my voice is kind of raspy. I think it's because of the sugar from the milk tea at the moment. I just haven't really been buying stuff. Yeah. I've also like been really good at convincing myself not to buy stuff because so much decluttering I need to do. But this is when the deals are. Okay, I cannot buy anything because I have some pending things that I need to buy that I've been saving for. So no fun new stuff, and the stuff I need to buy is not gonna have a deal. I'm buying too many books though. I'm in the middle of like 7. It's bad. I feel like books don't count as real purchases because I've always been taught like, oh, you can always buy books. You can always buy books because books are good for you. And the thing is like, I just don't read books. I did buy a book recently actually, and I didn't read it. I'm in the middle of it, like the first 3 chapters or something, and I've been meaning to read it, and every single time I mean to read it, I go, but this is so much more fun. Doing something else is so much more fun. You locked yourself out from Christmas shopping, ordered dumbbells, and the delivery guy put them right in front of my door. And now I know why 2 home access are mandatory. As many novels, comic shows, games, they're about to be AI. The constant is it requires caution and more forethought and that even applies to any heroes good AIs. Yeah, I think that there can be a more nuanced stance on many things. What's the book about, ariru? If you guys know the anime Secrets of the Silent Witch, it was such a good anime for me that I decided to read the light novel to see where it goes because I just loved the anime so much. And because it's kind of like a more sweet and shoujo style story. I don't think it will get a second season, but it was really lovely. So I wanted to start it, and everyone's like, oh, you have to read from the beginning because it's different. It's so different. And I just don't want to read from the beginning, so I'm kind of stuck. So I bought the first volume, but technically the anime ends on like some further down volume. I wish my bank account created is not real purse. Do not charge. Yeah. I usually start where the anime left off. I want to, but it just, everyone says it's wrong to do that, and I don't want to do that because I really do care about the series a lot, so I'll do it. I'll read from the beginning. What are the blue lines? Ribbons? Yeah, they're gonna be ribbons coming out from the rose. I just, I have not cleaned them up yet. Why isn't this... Oh, it's not even charging. What the heck? What? Ouch. Weird. This is a brand new charger. It's because there's too many things plugged in? Oh, I just did not tightly... I just didn't tightly put in the plug, sorry. My phone was dying, but it was plugged in and I got confused. I missed the beginning of the stream. What are you drawing? I'm drawing a outfit design commission for this person. It's basically based off of their character. They wanted kind of like a casual date outfit. So, this is what this is. I saw something Minerva. Yeah, that's the character's name, I think, or the owner's name. I forget. Oh no, this is the same layers of the shoes. That's what I was hoping it wasn't, but I didn't bother to check. I just assumed I did it. Thank you, Agnes. Have a good rest of your night. It's fine. Fine. Okay. Just a little mishap there. Okay, it's time to finally deal with the hands and the shoes. Ugh, I don't want to do it. I'm so bad at hands and shoes. I hate not being able to find a good angle of it, because then I have to draw it, and I don't want to have to, or sorry, I have to take a picture of it, and I don't want to have to take a picture of my hand doing it at this angle. Then I have to take the picture, I have to look at the picture. Okay, I think I have to do it. I cannot find like a good angle of the photo. 1 second, my camera is gonna freeze. And I don't like drawing my hands because I feel like my hands are just not the kind of slim and long shape that I love. And when my drawings are given my hands, it's just less cute. Mine's still frozen? Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna give myself the photos right now and then I will blah 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 blah. I will unfreeze myself. Sometimes I have to go blah 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 so I understand my train of thought. I mostly do it so that the train of thought does not lose itself and then we end up with like a long pause. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 is your train of thought. Thumb, the knuckle, and then other part of hand. Human hands are just so not as cute as wrinkle-free, smooth anime hands. But like I want it to feel like it's still like a hand, so you have to have most of the muscles there. And Maybe I use another reference. We try this again. Take 2. Maybe another hand pose in a slightly different angle would do better. No, I don't like the other ones. I lied. Just kidding. We have to make this one work. Even hands are pretty cute. I feel like the hand has one too many fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's 5. Not your hand, just hands in general. Oh, hands in general you think they have one too many fingers? Which one would you get rid of? I feel like a lot of people get rid of the pinky, right? In like mob shows and stuff like that. And then they have to wear like a prosthetic pinky. But I feel like the pinky does a little bit of support action for me. I guess you could replace it with the 4th finger. A lot of grip comes from my pinky. Oh, really? Maybe the ring finger? Yeah, maybe ring finger. Not the hands. Thank you, Dango. I feel like the pointer finger might be pretty easy to go in. That one, the middle can do just as good of a job. But then there's such a big gap between your... I guess if you move everything over, yeah? We have to think about, like, are we in the realm of, like, resituating them? Or would they all kind of stay in the same place? Or are we just, like... You know, if we go down to 4 fingers, had we evolved 4 fingers? Or is it like chopping it off if you had to chop one off? I feel like they're different situations. Because I don't know if I love the gap between my middle and thumb. It doesn't feel right. Rico, welcome. How are you doing? We're having a late night drawing session. I'm currently doing the line work for a skeb design that I do. Usually it's supposed to be more sketchy, but you know, I got into a talking mood and things tend to get like prettier the longer you sit on one spot chit-chatting for me. Like if I'm kind of just like, you know, trying to rush through this, I look more big picture things, but when I'm chit-chatty, I end up kind of like staying at one spot to be able to multitask, and that ends up making it such that I am really being a little detail oriented. I'm good, can't believe the New Year's almost here. Yeah, I'm so excited-ish for hopefully fun new things for myself, but also just like I just graduated university, so I'm very proud and living it up with a little bit of a graduation trip for myself soon. Well, Anna, thank you. Thank you. Let me get you your love beam. Thank you for your membership. Didn't realize your fish account. Congrats. Thank you. That's right. It's official. Hello, Lego Squid, welcome. Whew, a little too much bending over. My shrimping position. I don't know if you guys know this like monologue, but it's stuck in my head right now. It's from a movie. I don't remember the movie name. It was a okay movie. I was like mildly interested in it as I was watching it, but the monologue like has been remixed a little bit on TikTok, and so it like sometimes gets stuck in my head, and she has a really strong New York accent, so it sticks in your head. The defense is wrong. Something. A Buick Skylar. Something. Something. Buick Skylar. Suspension. 4-wheel drive. Something. Something along those lines. But like, especially like, the defense is wrong. Really gets me. Shrimp. Yeah, shrimp. Finally got a love beam. Whee! Amazing something. Recollection. Pontiac something. Buick Skylar. Oh my god, my cousin Vinny. Yeah. About this shitty lawyer, right? The girl was so pretty. I didn't understand like the love story at all. I was like, this guy's not pretty. What's going on here? Sounds like the annoying lady that would show up on episodes of Friends. Janice? I don't remember Janice. I didn't watch a ton of Friends though. Almost every lawyer turned professor recommends My Cousin Vinny for its accuracy. What? But he wasn't even like a good lawyer. I don't get it. He was just kind of like, I couldn't tell if he was like being smart about it or if he just like really sucked. Because he kept messing up everywhere and I was just kind of like, okay. And like, you know, it ended up being that the person who saved the day is, you know, the great girl who figured it, who had the knowledge. And but it's like, did he kind of figure that out or did he like get lucky and realize this? Is always what I remembered. I was like, I don't know, they're not doing a good job of making it clear to me. The lawyers want to sabotage the competition. Every state has different law practicing licensing, hence why one can practice law in one state but can't in the other. That seems so inefficient. What seems inefficient? Having to retake the bar in every state? Yep. Well, I think it's a necessary practice just because, yeah, all states have such different rules. Okay, hold on. My monitor is like flashing a little bit every once in a while, so let me check the connection to my computer. Everything's in pretty tight. I don't know why it's doing that. Harumi Project, welcome. Lawyer being bad is job, very accurate. True, true, true. Not the Ethernet? No, I don't think the Ethernet would be able to cause display issues. I just did it again. So odd. Might have to do a little restart after stream. See if that fixes it. Oh shoot, forgot to do this hand. Not really sure how you get around testing per state when the laws change in each. Most lawyers pick a few states that have similar and work within those. Ooh. A whole other hand. I know. It's terrible. Kill me now. This is off. This needs to be like here. And there needs to be more gap in between these fingers. Fully locked into hands. That's right. Feet are worse. Yeah, I agree. Feet are pretty bad. To be honest, I hate shoes a lot. Is it easier to make the hands holding something? I think each style of hand that exists in the world has its own issues. Hands are just always, you know, a little something annoying. Especially like as your standards grow for how well you want to draw hands, and then, you know, you get better, and so you try to be more detailed, and if you try to be more detailed, you know, then you get stuck always fixing them, and they're just never perfect enough. Okay, I think it's ready to color. Let me just check. I added all the details I wanted. To be honest, I can't even tell. Let's just say yeah. Okay, the coloring stage should be decently quick. No, I'm not designing a VTuber model. I'm just designing an outfit. This is an outfit for a client. They have a character already, and I'm just making them a new outfit. I'm locked in. Happy New Year tomorrow, Miu. Awesome, thank you. I Hello, Tilo. Good night. True Grambler says, let's just say yeah. Hello, Kakin. Welcome back. Okay. I want to get the hair coloring kind of good to go because those are kind of like locked in. Why is this side darker? It's a copy of each other. I think this one got duplicated at some point. Yeah. Oh no. Your neighbors started testing their firecrackers. Oh no. Wish I had milk tea. I got milk tea. But I'm starting to get hungry and want a little bit more than milk tea. But I don't have any snacks. I'm quite ahead of time. Nice. That's a good. Australia moment. Oh. You're actually from the future, Trust. It's getting close to 4 AM. I really want to finish this, but we are coming up on 3 hours, and I don't want to overexert myself. Because we can definitely come back and do this tomorrow. Do people watch streams tomorrow? It is New Year's. I don't know how far people really celebrate. We just kind of do like a... We watch like the New York countdown, and then we have a little apple cider from Christmas time, and that's about it. And we go to bed. My screen keeps flashing. I want to understand. Usually free on New Year's since my family has a family dinner. We eat 12 grapes and make a wish for each grape at 12 a.m. Oh, there's Rose Parade on New Year's Day. Oh yeah, read and watch stuff all day. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Oh no, I'm not in NYC. I just that's the one we watch. Hmm. You're in NYC, don't watch the countdown. I feel like I want maybe for there to be like a houndstooth pattern on the top. So I'm gonna go find one real quick. I feel like I don't see houndstooth a lot in designs, and I feel like it could work with this. Let me go find a PNG. Houndstooth? Yeah, this is Houndstooth. Unfortunately, I cannot find a transparent one, so we're gonna do this the hard way and select all of the black one by one. If you wish to be tall, just jump when clock turn into 12 mn later. Oh, it's Scottish? Oh, I didn't know. I've always just kind of seen it in fashion and didn't really think about where it came from. No! I messed up and accidentally selected the whole thing. Almost there. Last row. There we go. Same apparently, it's a classic. Oh really? I thought it was like more modern, but I guess it's been in use for a while. I think that's fun. Anything on your New Year's resolution list? I'm not sure actually. I don't want to set anything in stone in a way because then I feel bad if I don't reach my goal. So you don't set a goal. But you know, I'm gonna lose a little bit more weight. Although they say, I hate saying that one because everyone always has the statistic of being like, oh, did you know that the #1 most broken New Year's resolution is working out more and wanting to lose weight? So then I feel like I'm playing into that stat. And I don't want to. Other New Year's resolution. I really want to table at more art conventions. I really want to create a merm plushie. Yeah, I want to grow my channels. To be fair, eating is fun. It's so tough. There's so many good food that I missed out on when I was over at college in my hometown, and I really want to go eat. I want to go eat all of them. Just day after day. Most broken is code for most common. Yeah. I'm so thankful for my metabolism, even though it keeps me kind of skinny. I wish I had a better metabolism. I feel like my metabolism is okay, but I will, you know, I retain weight very easily. But my weight does fluctuate a lot because, I don't know, it just does that. I could go, I've got like a 3 to 4 pound like fluctuation on like normal day-to-day kind of eating habits, and it's like very tough when I want to lose weight because the fluctuation is like throwing me off. I'm like, is it really this, or like tomorrow the fluctuation is just gone? So it's very hard to see if there's really been any progress or not. Are you sure that's not just water weight? That's what I'm thinking. I feel like it's water weight, but like, when is there not gonna be water weight is my question. I drink water. I have a water in my body. I retain the water in my body because I drink water. So I kind of just like factor it in as like, technically it counts as part of being your weight. Cursing my metabolism for being so fast for like 20 years. Oh no. Yeah, the body's like 75% water too. Yeah, you know, I just kind of am like, sure. not being that precise is actually useful. Yeah, I know flux is normal, and averaging over a week is better, but I'm trying to fluctuate in a lower range. Currently, my fluctuation is like, it's hard to tell when I'm moving down the range or like just staying in the same range, which kind of sucks because it's hard to like give myself, wow, pat on the back, you've moved ranges, because I really can't tell. You smell grilled meat from your neighbors, you're done for. I would be done for. Hello, just me Queen. Are you sure? Oh, I already read that. I'm ready to gain an entire kilogram just for today. Nice. Yeah, hard to assess over a short time frame, which just sucks. I would like to assess it now, today. I need to know immediately that this is paying off. My efforts to eat normal-sized meals and not choosing to eat fried food all the time is paying off. I desire so many delicious steaks, and it's like, as you find more food you want to eat, it's like, you can't eat all of them that week, but I just want to eat them today and then tomorrow and then the day after, and it's like, well, you just have a one delicious thing a day, and I'm like, no, I don't want one delicious thing, or sorry, not a day, a week, you know, like, give yourself a treat, you know? No, I cannot do that. If I step into the world of treats, then I'm like, 2 times a week is not that bad. How about just one small treat every day? And then it's just, I'm very I'm very bad at sticking to it if I break the seal of temptation. Are there apps for that? Eat a steak today, only drink water for 5 days to maintain diet. Oh no. Oops. Wrong button. think that's not based on science. You just gotta stay full on healthy stuff so you're less likely to snack. Yeah, I've been doing this thing where I prevent myself from feeling like the temptation of delicious food by eating my vegetable healthy drink to get full. And then, you know, then I have like, once you're full, like you don't really think about food. The issue is like, you know, like when you wake up, do you really want to have a vegetable drink before your meal? Not really. Do you really ever want a vegetable drink at any point in the day? Not really. So it's the mental effort to be like, you gotta do it, you gotta do it, you don't eat vegetables anywhere else, you have to do it. That's hard to convince myself of. And then sometimes I go, you don't need vegetables. I mean, look at the people who drink Coke and eat red meat all day. They're living fine, they're still alive. Modern science is amazing. But I know I need vegetables. Also, like, speaking of other family drama, for some reason, my cousin, he's a little younger than me. He's like he's quite younger than me. He's in 6th grade or something. He came over for dinner and we offered him various things, and like, he wouldn't eat them, and his mom essentially just said, no, he just eats meat. He doesn't eat vegetables. He doesn't eat seafood. And I'm kind of like, isn't that bad? Like, what do you mean he's not willing to try other foods? I mean, I get it. Kids are picky eaters, but like, just meat? Okay. Who am I to judge? I mean, I'm judging, but like, who am I to correct your parenting? But I just feel like now's the time when you need to convince them to try other things. There's one food I can't avoid when parties like birthday, fiesta, Christmas, and New Year's, and it's pork lechon. Oh, food's really crispy. Oh, I love crispy pork. Yeah, it's too good. I feel a lot of people seem to only take eating healthier stuff as eating less and not a combo as all. When you're trying to lose, it can be easier to focus on one sometimes. Yeah, I'm definitely not just eating less. I was technically overeating is the issue. So I'm very much so maintaining like a solid normal hunger levels in my opinion, and then eating and snacking as necessary, but you know, not making too much of a big portion, not doing like a double heavy meal. Like sometimes I used to do like ramen in the afternoon and like pork tonkatsu in the dinner, and that was just a really bad habit to maintain because it made my body feel like I needed 2 very large meals. Like I'll do pasta in the afternoon, and then dinner would be, I don't know, some other, like maybe like steak and chopped up steak and rice and, you know, carbs again. But it's just it's a little too much, you know. And my body kept getting used to it, and when I first like started like reducing my portions down, it was it was so annoying because I was like, oh man, I'm craving this very delicious food that I know that I would get full off of, and I know that, but I would just eat so much of it just because I wanted to taste it more. So I think that was particularly bad for myself. Definitely doing better. So I'm eating like one kind of like yummy meal that I look forward to, and then having like a smaller, reasonable size like breakfast dinner type thing that's just like a little more than a snack, but not like a big meal again. Yeah, so please get ready for New Year dinner, have fun. I am doing well. Oh my, we were at 96% when the stream started. I don't think my pen usually dies in 3 hours. It's a bit new. My pen is dying. My what's it called? My iPad case is falling apart, and things are just going downhill for my poor old iPad. Doing better is good. Don't have to rush things better. Adds up. Yeah, I think I'm doing good. You're up 50 pounds from 10 years ago. Took most of that time to get here. Lots of ups and downs. Reducing my portion will be good. I love food and eat till my tummy hurts sometimes. I know it's not good to do that. Yeah, that's literally what I would be doing. Something not hurts, but to the point where like I just feel so stuffed that I cannot move well sometimes. I have to stagger to my seat and kind of sit there for a little bit. It's bad. Just too much overeating. Like gray blue eyes. Sounds like a blessing, but I assure you it's not. Yeah, everybody has different needs. Hello, random. Welcome. Sorry, got a little focused on the drawing here. got a little lost in it. Good night, Natang. Thank you for coming. Hopping over notes to myself from my phone, kind of interesting. Return to these thoughts. Oh, someone do Giga Brains for me. Really, for me, usually if I don't understand it, it usually means I was like not leaving myself a good note. And I'm kind of like, man, I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's probably nothing important. It's funny how you think to yourself, wow, I was really thinking and pondering back then. For me, I was like, it's more of a like, what were you thinking? Were you thinking? How did you come up with this? It means absolutely nothing. What are we looking at here? Yeah, sure, her music was rough. In defense of passing, I didn't expect it to wait so long to return to it. Yeah. It happens. Oh, thank you for the follow, keyboard. Welcome. Yeah, I think I'll wrap up after I block in the tail a little bit. Oh no. It's satisfying to see past me worry about something that doesn't bother me anymore. Yeah, that's great. I think something that reminds me of that is when I get so stressed out about a math concept I don't understand that ends up becoming like, not second nature later, but just kind of like part of the process and much more comfortable to handle. Like I was really bad at negative numbers, like embarrassingly bad. The concept just wasn't working for me. I was like, I don't know what you're trying. Like, what do you mean? It's negative, and fractions were confusing. And then they just kind of became part of math. What's past you hate, future you? That's not the energy you need to bring into the new year. You gotta refocus. I can't tell if that's better or worse. I feel like I like them as dark ribbons, but like you can't really see them. You can't really see them like this either. Let's go with dark. That's one of the reasons you like math. It feels like conceptual difficulty sort of vanishes once things click and you just have it down until you forget it all later. Yeah. That's definitely how it goes for me. It's just like at some point it was just part of math. Okie dokie. Let's get to going. Let's go find someone to raid on Twitch. No raid for YouTube tonight, but thank you so much everyone for coming out. I really, really loved hanging out with you guys again and going on my super rant about just like little things that bother me in my venting session. Oh! Hello armpit lickers, welcome. Math is so fun until you're forced to get through MATLAB and learn proofs. Yeah. I don't think math is ever fun, but I find it mentally rewarding in comparison to writing. That's the thing. Happy that you thank you. Here's the raid message. Feel free to copy them and we can get going. Thank you both Twitch and YouTube Cuddlefishes for coming out and hanging out with me this New Year's Eve. Hopefully I can squeeze in a little something later so I can wrap this up as the last drawing of the year. It just needs a little bit more before I can ship it out. It just needs to be like a sketch, so I just want to do some basic shading a little bit and fill in any other colors that are missing. But yeah, let's go find something. Wow, it's so late and it's all other time zones and foreign languages at the moment. I'm finding it. am finding it. Oh, we can go to Drea. We haven't seen her in a long time. She speaks English. Yes, Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year. Good night, everyone. Good night. I will hopefully make an announcement tomorrow to reveal what is coming in the new year. I have a little something coming up. It'll be exciting. Yay. Good night, everyone. Sayonara. Thank you, Zandria. Thank you. I hope you guys all have a good rest of your night, and I hope you have a good New Year's dinner. Oh, don't look at that. That didn't happen. Good night. Bye-bye, Folkros. Bye-bye, Boomsky. Bye, Keyboard. Thank you so much. Good night, Alan. Good night, Overlord. Good night, Anna. Bye-bye, Lag. Good night, Andrea. Good night, everyone. Good night to my cuddlefishes. Good night. Yes, until next time. Bye-bye.